Are we able to go live now on the live stream? Morning. Welcome back. Day 3 of the meetings. Hope everyone is refreshed. After a long day of business yesterday, I needed some motherly advice. I went out to dinner with my mom. She told me how everything should go. She's an expert on audit quality, so we're in good shape. But I hope everyone had a good evening, and you guys are ready for a big day, mostly occupied by LCEs, but we have a little bit of a appetizer course beforehand. We're going to come back with some very focused issues on audit evidence, and then Vili's going to talk a little bit about our approach to addressing recent IAS1 amendments. So are we ready to go? People ready? So Sue, I turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Kai's warm-up act today. So thank you for the time, and thanks everybody for the feedback that we had on the discussion on Monday. We spent quite a bit of time on Monday talking about the requirements in paragraphs 9 and 10, which are the required evaluation of relevance and reliability of information intended to be used as evidence in paragraph 9, and then in doing so, the consideration of attributes of relevance and reliability that are applicable in the circumstances, given the purpose of the audit procedures. And then paragraph 10 is obviously a conditional requirement that links to paragraph 9b. Just a reminder of the comments that we had. Julie, you raised a concern about the consistency of the wording, noting that paragraph 10 used the verb determines, but there's no determination in paragraph 9. That verb is a consider. Isabel, you raised a comment about circularity, and we discussed that, and I think we had other feedback. Other board members didn't see the circularity, so mixed feedback there. And Isabel, you also raised a concern about the application material in A63, noting that the reference to the attributes of accuracy and completeness being ordinarily applicable for further audit procedures may be too broad, and you provided some very helpful examples in the offline comments. So thank you for that. Obviously, you know, there were lots of other comments, but those were probably the high level ones that we were focusing on. In our discussions on Monday nights, we reflected on the use of the verb determines in paragraph 10 and recognised that could cause confusion, given there isn't a requirements determinant in 9b. We discussed a number of alternatives actually, and we felt that actually probably the most straightforward fix was to change determines to considers, so that it aligns with what's in paragraph 9. In the context of the circularity, we had quite a long discussion about that. We felt that actually we would prefer not to make any changes prior to exposure. We feel that the requirement to obtain audit evidence about is well understood in practice, and I think it probably won't change auditor behaviour. So we propose to leave that as it is. And then in the application material, we're proposing an edit to A63 to indicate that the attributes of accuracy and completeness are ordinarily applicable for internally generated information used in performing further audit procedures. That creates a strong consistency with paragraph A62, which references accuracy and completeness in relation to internally generated information. And it acknowledges some comments we've had in the offline comments as well about sometimes it may be impossible to obtain audit evidence about accuracy and completeness for certain external information sources. And then one final edit in paragraph A63, we've deleted certain, given that we think the qualifier that says it may not always be applicable when performing risk assessment procedures probably means that certain is redundant, so there's already a qualifier there. So that's those are the changes we're proposing in relation to these two paragraphs. I wanted to just bring them back to you briefly today because firstly these are the discussions on the requirement that we've circled back on a couple of times, and they felt a little bit more substantive than some of the other things that we're working through. So you've had an opportunity to look at it. I think I'd be particularly interested to know if anybody has any fatal flaws that would inhibit our approval on Friday. Obviously, we're working through a lot of other material, but these are the key things that will set us really on track, hopefully, for a good approval on Friday. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. So what I think maybe we'll do is, does anyone have concerns about the revisions, the requirements in 9 and 10? See no tense up, so people are content with that. Okay, let's go to the application and other explanatory material. Anyone concerned about the revisions there? No comment. So by read of that means that no one has a fatal flaw with these paragraphs that are being presented. And if you're going to vote against the exposure draft, it will not be on the basis of these paragraphs. I'm qualifying that appropriately since these are the only things in front of us, but I just want to be crystal clear on what it is, and it's on the record. And okay, we seem to have unanimous consent as it relates to these paragraphs. Yeah, I'm not guaranteeing you 18 votes yet on Friday, but we're good with these. Anything else you'd like to bring up?
No, thank you. I'm not sure I feel any better now. So, but I think
spent the most time on these paragraphs. I think you should feel okay.
That's great. Really just to say that we have a task force meeting at lunchtime today. We're working through the other comments and those kind of things. The agenda says that you'll have a revised version of the standard by lunchtime tomorrow, which you absolutely will. We'll get it to you as soon as we can. Well, some people won't believe the amount of final sort of cross-checking and things that just has to be done before it comes out to you. But Dan and Phil have been, working through all of that. So we'll get it to you as soon as we can, and look forward to your comments on Friday. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions or observations for Sue and the team on audit evidence? Okay, great. Vili?
Thank you, Tom. We thought this might go quite quickly, so we thought let's use the opportunity to inform the board just about another matter that has come up. So the IAASB did make an amendment to IAS 1, which Mary Tokar also highlighted to us when they updated us early in the year from the IAASB side in terms of the projects. And the specific amendment we're talking about is there was an amendment in IAS 1 that previously an entity was required to disclose its significant accounting policies. So you'll remember what we have in our standards in some of our illustrative reports is that an entity shall disclose the financial statements that have been audited are referred to as the statement of financial position, et cetera, including a summary of the significant accounting policies. So the change that has been made is that entities are now required to disclose material accounting policy information. Now that change in the IAS 1 is effective for reporting periods beginning on or after 1st of January 2023. So the IASB liaison working group has been considering how this may impact the ISA standards. So thank you very much to Sally Ann that has done some analysis for us. We've had 2 working group meetings on this, including on Tuesday morning, and that's why I can share the outcome of that now with you. And Sally Ann has done other work, which I will refer to just now in terms of how we're going to deal with this. So we did consider, and we went through our body of ISA standards, and there are 3 instances in the ISAs where there are requirements that refer to significant accounting policies. There are 36 references in application material that refers to significant accounting policies. And then there are, how many did I say? 36? No, that's wrong. 11. There are 3 requirements, 11 application material references, and 36 illustrative reports that refer to that. So the working group considered the nature of these changes, and we did conclude that we have to take into account that our standards are written in a framework neutral manner. So the instances where the reference in the requirements and the application material are to significant accounting policies is not an explicit reference to IFRS. It's a generic reference to accounting policies, and those references are, as today is the case, adopted depending on the financial reporting framework that is being used. So the working group landed on the position that there's no changes needed in the standards to those 3 requirements or the 11 application material references. However, in the case of the 36 illustrative reports, the fact pattern indicates that the company has prepared its financial statements in accordance with IFRS. So that means that needs to be aligned with what IFRS says, because the fact pattern indicates that it is IFRS. So the conclusion is that that really then just comes down to an inconsequential alignment of terminology. So what we propose to do is, and that's the other work that Sally Ann has done, we've drafted a non-authoritative guidance, very short, 2 or 3 pages at the most, maybe 2, Sally Ann. I think 2 is closer to where we're going to land. And we will put that out. And in that non-authoritative guidance, we will deal with the change in the IAS standard and how that flows through to the effect on these 36 illustrative reports. Mindful, obviously, that these changes are only effective for reporting periods beginning on or after 1st January 2023. And in that non-authoritative guidance, we will include a paragraph that says we will flow these changes through in the next version of the handbook. And then when we do the next version of the handbook, normally in front of the handbook, we have a summary of changes that were made to the handbook. And we will then indicate that that change has been made to those 36 illustrative reports. So Tom, I just wanted to update the board on that, and obviously also put it on public record, and happy to take any questions about that.
Okay. So effectively, they become editorial changes from us. Any comments, concerns? The record show that people are satisfied with the approach that was stated. Okay, we are ahead of schedule, which is great, because we have a lot to talk about on LCEs. I'll give a few moments for some staff movements here. I think Amy and Jasper are going to join us at the table. So Kai, have you been practicing your clicking?
Sorry to say, I have not.
Okay.
So I think I'll in the break I need to take a lesson from Lynn to know how to operate this, but I'll do my very best.
Okay, but we're here to support you in that.
Thank you.
Test. Okay. We ready everyone ready for some LCE? Okay, Kai, over to you.
Thank you, and thank you to the board. I will first start by thanking the task force and the staff that has been very helpful in progressing where we're at currently. Amy, Jasper, and Dan and Kazuko has been from a staff side supporting us, and then the task force with Julie, Changwei, Sachiko and Vivian. We've had 2 task force meetings, or 2 virtual task force meetings and 1 physical task force meeting since the last time we met. We had a meeting here in New York. We were planning and hoping that it would be the first time we would meet all in a physical meeting, since we've never met all in the same room. And Julie got sick, so she had to call in by Zoom. So we have still not met as a full task force, but we're hoping that we'll have a new shot at that in Amsterdam in October. In addition, we've had a meeting with the reference group, as you can see in the summary of the discussion in Appendix 2 to the issues paper. And then we've also had some liaison with some of the other projects, especially also around listed entity and PI, where we've been discussing how they're progressing. Those changes will affect what we have in our standard. We'll continue that work and hopefully bring back some more details at a later meeting, as it's not been decided how it will be dealt with in the main standards. It's difficult to progress that in the LCE standard so far. Also, as you've seen, we've received a letter from the SMP AG. You've all been sent that ahead of the meeting. They're continuing to supporting the project and urging the momentum to avoid fragmentation. And as you can see from the letter, they're supporting including groups, have some questions around component auditors, whether that should be a hard line in the standard or not. On authority, they like the direction. They feel that some of it is a bit prescriptive. On other areas, they like the direction we're heading, and are also urging us on drafting to continue making the standard more proportionate and different from the ISAs, especially around the areas of risk identification and assessment, and documentation has also been highlighted as one of the pain points in the ED from the respondents there. We also had a meeting with IFIAR and the IFIAR standard, the working group, to better understand the background for their response to the ED, and also inform them on how we are progressing, keep them up to date on that. Then, as you have on the slide here, we also had a CAG meeting last week. From the CAG, they as with most groups, it's a community that has different views, so we get some mixed views on the overall direction. But they are, on balance, I think they're supportive of where we're heading, and also urging us to continue the road. On authority, they have support for including quantitative thresholds. There were also support, I think, on balance on including group audits. There were some mixed views on some of that. In that group as well, there were some pushback on excluding component auditors. So we probably will have mixed views on that in this group as well, as we had before. And also, as I said, continue simplifying or making the requirements more proportionate around the areas we talked about earlier, risk identification, assessment and documentation. So, Jim, is there anything you want to add from the CAG meeting?
I think you characterized it fairly well. There were mixed views, but then this is not one of those easy standards where you're going to always have consistency. But I think overwhelmingly, the view is you need to move forward, continue to move forward. So thanks.
Thank you. I think one good news for you this time is that you don't have to listen to me the whole day. I'll be joined with members of the or staff that will present parts of it. Amy and Jasper will present parts of this as well. So you don't have to listen to me throughout the day. We have not included, if you remember back to some of the earlier presentations, we had a picture of a mountain and a Viking climbing the mountain and figuring out where we were at. It's difficult to know where we're at. If you're climbing a mountain or hiking in the mountains, sometimes you hit fog. It's difficult to know where you're at. And I think that's almost the situation we feel that we're in. Having the mixed views and not having a clear direction on where to move. We're not exactly know where we're at on that path, but I'm hoping that we, throughout this day and the comments through the board, that we will have a more clear direction on how to move on the certain areas. So on that topic, today we will continue on our favorite topic, the authority, and we have brought back some drafting on the authority that we need to get some clear feedback on, and also on the direction on some of those areas. We also have brought back then drafting of group audit requirements and also how that could be implemented in the authority. Then we have some more overarching how the task force is recommending to move forward on accounting estimates has been one of the pain points and one of the ones we discussed in June, and also how to further have proportionate requirements to the audits of LCEs. So we've done some exploratory drafting that we showed you around part 6 on certain areas of that. We need to get some feedback on, so we know how we can make the standard more proportionate to the LCE audits. I think with that, I'll turn over to Amy, and I'll hand you the clicker.
So a lot of pressure having the clicker. So thanks, Kai. I think before we get into the detail of the revisions we proposed to the authority, we thought it would be useful just to frame up this discussion with a reminder of one of the key findings from the feedback to the exposure draft, which is really that the potential scope of the proposed standard may have been perceived to be wider than we intended when developing the exposure draft. So in June, we discussed the task force intention to better describe the intended scope of the standard. So based on a revised or narrower description of a typical LCE in the authority, and we got board feedback that generally this was the right direction to go, and some comments on the detail of what was a typical LCE in the initial revisions we had proposed for the authority. So today we're going to be talking about some further changes that we've proposed to make to the authority, which is agenda item 5A, since the version that we looked at in the June meeting. So the track changes are from the version in June. So moving on to the main proposed changes, and don't worry, I won't describe all because I know we don't have all day to listen to me. But the first major change was really, we've proposed to remove the blanket limitation for group audits based on the discussion that we had in June. We did replace the prohibition with a prohibition for a group audit where any of its individual entities or business units are listed or falls into one of the classes in 1C. In other words, those classes of entities that have public interest characteristics, exhibit public interest characteristics. It is worth noting on 1C, we did add some brackets around the classes that would be removed if we did edit it to align more with the IAASB's final PI definition, but we're not inviting comments at this time because we're still exploring this area further. So you'll see that reflected in the footnote. So moving on to qualitative characteristics, we did as a task force discuss the numerical, so the quantitative indicators. So by that, I mean the number of employees in financial reporting roles, key members of management. And there were some mixed views from the board last time. So on just, on balance, the task force did feel that they were useful to be included, particularly when considering respondents' clear direction from the exposure draft that we should be making the authority more specific and more prescriptive. So in other words, to try and reduce that judgment. So while they were only examples, we thought it helped make clear what we were really thinking about with the typical LCE. We did propose to remove generally just to try and make it clear that it's just an example. So it's just illustrative. In terms of the changes to the individual characteristics, in the version presented in the June meeting, we had made some changes to these characteristics based on the more overall feedback heard from the exposure draft. So things like swapping it to describe what is less complex more than more complex, and really kind of thinking about the typical LCE. So the task force looked in more detail at the detailed comments on the individual characteristics to consider any further changes, and also took into account any comments from the board from June. So the table in paragraph 10 of the issues paper kind of walks through what was the original characteristic in the exposure draft, what we included in June, so the changes that we've made, and then further revisions that we propose for now. In terms of quantitative thresholds, so the placeholder remains here to indicate the expectation for jurisdictions to set their own thresholds. And we did update the wording, and we removed examples of the types of indicators that are in there, just because the expectation is that this would be included in the guidance. The jurisdictions would pick the type of indicators. So whether it's employee numbers, revenue, assets, that would be appropriate for their jurisdiction. We did also add some EEM just to try and explain the benefit of setting quantitative thresholds, just to try and explain the reason for that. In terms of EEM more generally, there's various additions and movements in and out, and additions to the content box. When we looked at more detail in the drafting, I think the most significant to mention was based on comments in the exposure draft, we did add some wording to describe some significant discrete areas that are not included and that may not otherwise be excluded through the qualitative characteristics. It's really just for users or readers to know upfront if there's a major area that's not included, such as the requirements from ISA 610 on the use of internal audit. So just to be able to make that clearer, because previously it was in the supplemental guidance. So if we move on to the questions, so what we're really asking the board's views on is our proposed revisions to the authority that are in agenda item 5A. And we'll exclude groups for now because we'll have a whole session on groups later. So better to talk about it all at the same time. And if we have specific comments just regarding the guidance that jurisdictions need for quantitative thresholds, we will have another question after this where we'll talk about that in more detail. I think probably the main thing going into this discussion is just that we did hear a lot from the board in the last session about how important it is to get the scope right. And if we get the scope right, everything else kind of comes together. So if there is more that needs to be done, please be specific about that so we can get the authority to where it needs to be. And with that, I'll hand over to Kai if you've got anything more on authority. Otherwise, we can open it up.
I think that's a good setup to the board discussion. So thank you, Amy. And then I can hand back to Tom for the discussion on question 1.
Thank you, Kai. I think this board's excited to be the sun that parts the clouds on the mountain for you. So I'll invite comments on question 1. Okay, this group is not going to be silent on this one. Edo.
Thank you, Tom. And Kai, thank you for you and your task force and the staff for a big push on LCE, and congratulations on it. It's much appreciated. A lot has been thought of. I have no issues or no comments in respect to 1A. In respect of the qualitative characteristics, I've some niggles or concerns in respect of the qualitative characteristic when it comes to accounting estimates. So typically is very judgmental, and it's very much in the eye of the beholder. I'm wondering if we can do more in respect of the impact of the accounting estimates and the level of estimation uncertainty that needs to be applied. And we fully understand that a pension provision may be complex for some, less so for others, but you can look at it with the estimation uncertainty in mind, and particularly also, does this estimation uncertainty lead to what is the volume of, or the quantitative impact on the financial statements as a whole? And is there something we can do in that area? And the way it's worded now, it's a little bit open. Yeah, that's, and we'll talk about the group later. So I'll keep it with this and come back to you at a different point. Thank you.
Okay, Isabel.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everybody. I have always been very supportive of this project and continue to be very supportive, as does the French profession who has organized the Paris conference. And thank you for the very good job that has been done, and particular thanks to the presentation that you have just made. That was really, really clear and really helpful to get into the topic. Our first surprise was to see the extent of changes that have been made to this section. We're not expecting so many changes, and when we read them in detail, we understand that not much has changed except the points that you have on purpose outlined. So maybe I think some readers may be lost and feel that we have changed our mind or many things, while in fact it's more formal modification that we have done than a really important modification. As we have so much work to do on this project, maybe we should try to focus on the change that are really needed, and not only wording change when it's nothing else is changed, because there will be a perception that we changed our mind while we have not. Regarding this section, really supportive. The only thing I'm not comfortable with, and I think my point is similar to the one that was raised by the SMP, is when you put figures in qualitative threshold, even if it's a number of people in management position, or number of business line, or number of people in the accounting department. It's always very arbitrary, and you can always challenge and say and provide a counterexample where it would not be appropriate. So I know it's only indicative, but whenever there's a figure, it can be challenged. And very supportive not to have in a global standard quantitative threshold. We discussed it already last time. We know, and I know living in Europe, that whenever you cross a border, the economic environment may be very different, and what is big in a country may be small in another one. So really relevant not to have this monetary threshold, and supportive of the approach to leave that to local jurisdictions to set quantitative threshold when relevant. Thank you.
So let me just say we're going to deal with quantitative thresholds next, right? Is that the next slide, or do you want to do it now?
I think if there's general comments around it, but we were going to talk more about the guidance that's needed and what the jurisdictions would have. So perhaps we just do it together.
Okay.
Quantitative thresholds is easier.
Okay. Then you're going to get advice, because there's a lot of different points of view on this one. Okay. The accounting estimates point, we'll get to that later. So it will have a knock-on effect, though, probably when we get back to the qualitative environment. So, since I know you have a view on quantitative and we thought this was out of scope for this section, I will turn it back to you on this.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, I deliberately did not touch upon quantitative now, but I'm disappointed with the route chosen. I am firmly of the view that we need to set what we're thinking of, and also the quantitative numbers that are currently included in the qualitative characteristics, I'm supportive of, and I would be rather disappointed if those would be removed. I even think some of those are on the high side still. But I would, in respect of including quantitatives, I do think we need to make understood what we're talking about here. So I would be strongly in favor of including them. Thank you.
Thank you. Len?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you to the task force. So just going through the paper and also just reflecting some of the Paris Roundtable virtual session I participated. I think I agree there's definitely a demand for continuing forward, try to seek solution. Less complex entity audits and practitioners are important public interest stakeholders as well. So reflecting on this section, I think the task force is moving into the right direction in respect to the authority of the standards. In particular, I think the proposed revision to the authority are less likely to result in inappropriate use of the standards. Particularly, I think you have something there on the responsibility of the legislative, regulatory authorities or relevant local bodies to determine the quantitative threshold. I think that's very important. I do understand the consistency issue, but at the end of the day, we need to put out a standards that can widely adopt by various jurisdictions. I think I'm kind of with Isabel in some of her comments. I think it's very difficult to set a quantitative threshold at the international level, and just based on a lot of feedback we hear from the roundtable, also in the comment letters, I think I always support task force direction on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Fernando.
Thank you, Tom. Good morning, everyone. And Kai and the rest of the task force, thanks a lot for the tremendous amount of work. Reading all the papers, it's clear that you have spent many hours analyzing the changes and making proposals to improve the materials. Let me start by saying that I'm in support of the proposed changes to the authority. But on the other hand, I was also very surprised, as Isabel said, reading the amount of things that changed. I thought at the beginning, I thought we were really having something completely different. But after reading the 6 pages, I think I arrived exactly at the same point that I was at the beginning. I think, and the way I see it is, you wrote the first version going left to right, and now you're going right to left, but we're pretty much very consistent with what we have. I recognize that the characteristics are probably more precise. There's a little bit less judgment, but still at the end, in reality, we will need to execute judgment to really decide whether or not the engagements are going to be in or out. And that's going to be very critical and impossible, really, just to write a line and saying, here's exactly when you are out, or the LC standard would not apply. And we need to be conscious on that. I like the way it's written now. Helps to narrow the scope, which was really the purpose of revising the document. But still in my mind, it doesn't really matter how many hours we spend with the authority, it's going to be impossible to get agreement from everyone, not only at the board level, but at the global level. So we need to think about 80-20, what's the best, and still realize that there's going to be judgment from the firms, from the practice, from the countries, from the regulators in deciding whether or not one engagement will be in or out. But so far, I think you've done a great job, much better. For sure, there are going to be more detailed comments coming from the board, but keep in mind that it's going to be impossible to satisfy everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Thank you very much for a good paper, for especially Kai Morton, and a good presentation from Amy. I have just one comment about the paragraph 8.3. In the guidance on quantitative threshold for each jurisdiction, quantitative examples are provided as typical LCEs, right, for paragraph 8.3. It might be practicable and workable, I think. However, in the development of international standards, quantitative elements indicating the size of an entity to identify LCEs should not be included, even if they are in the guidance. Quantitative thresholds are only matter that should be considered and specified by each jurisdiction, I think. Therefore, I think that the guidance should only specify the policy for setting quantitative thresholds, like issues paper paragraph 19 small a, and the types of indicator that could be used, paragraph 19 small b, in addition to the role of each jurisdictions. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. And Kai, I really applaud your team. Outstanding job. And for me, climbing that mountain, the fog is definitely clearing. So I think in particular, I have to say the issues paper was really good. And paragraph 21, where we outlined some perspective on the size of the entities, was particularly helpful in forming some of my comments on throughout. So to the questions, A1, I don't have any comments, except we are going to talk about component audit. I agree with the component auditors taking that out. I do want to have a discussion, and I think that's what we're going to talk about later, about how perhaps inventory observations are not scoped out. You know, component audit, because the requirements for inventory observations go to those standards, but I think that's a different aspect and should not be an excluder. For A3, and I guess you're getting out your debit and credit sheet here, I do not believe that quantitative measures should be included within. I think the reasons have already been stated, but I would also make a recommendation that we consider moving it someplace else, like supplemental, you know, not just to help the judgments that Fernando was talking about, because I completely agree. In each country, in each time we go to consider whether or not LCE is appropriate, we are going to have to use considerable professional judgment. And I have nothing in particular to say at this point for 1C. Thank you.
Thank you. Josephine?
Thank you. Good morning. And Kai, thanks to you and the task force for all this amazing work. Clearly, so much has been going on in the background, and really do appreciate it. If you don't mind, I'll probably look forward rather than try and look at you this way. Just because we did raise this point on quantitative measures as well, I would agree with Ado that ultimately, even though absolutely it's up to the relevant authority to determine quantitative measures and also the qualitative characteristics as well. We've said very clearly that different jurisdictions will have different views on what does and does not fit in, as well as our own views on that. But part of the reason why I want to see those quantitative thresholds is to give that anchor from which we as a board are developing this standard and determining the proportionality and setting requirements. I don't believe that the qualitative characteristics as they stand are sufficient to get us there. And then in our own mind, we could choose the EU thresholds. That's 27 countries, some of which who have been behind driving this standard, supporting us in this project going forward as well. So, and drove the initial discussions, some of them. So I'm also conscious of Fernando's point at the June board meeting, although it wasn't in relation to quantitative measures, but it was about the fact that he was concerned that practitioners are trying to fit every single engagement they do into this standard now, no matter what. And that's how they're seeing it. And sorry to quote you, Fernando, but it really struck me, and it's been sitting with me for quite some time. And I think that when we are trying to work out what is that gate, I genuinely don't think we can do it without those quantitative thresholds. And as I say, we are not sitting here and saying, right, world, we're going to set some thresholds for you to all implement locally. It's not about that. It's what did we think, what were we thinking of at the time? And I think at the last meeting, we said we can pick one. And if that works for the task force and that fits well for the board, then we move on with that. And then this idea that, earlier Isabel had concern that, I think you said this, that perhaps not much has changed here in qualitative characteristics. Well, no, not much has changed, but there's still that feeling that when I stand back from it, that without that quantity in there as well, I still don't know what the gate is. And I'm still struggling, therefore, when I try and respond to your other questions on all the other hard work you've done. So really, certainly, we're not trying to develop them for the globe to adopt. We're trying to develop them to tell our stakeholders across our 129 jurisdictions what we were thinking when we were pulling this together. In terms of A1 in particular, I don't know how much detail you want me to go into, but comfortable with where we are on A1. The only thing about is related is, and I'm not talking about groups, but in D(1), the reference in there in terms of, if you like, prohibitions is only to B and little c of A1 and not to little a. And I think there could still be situations where regulation prohibits the use of ISAs for LCE for groups. So I think that ought to really be included in there as well. In terms of the qualitative characteristics, Warren can obviously raise his own points, but Warren did talk about governance structures. And there is an indication, he talked about this in June, there is an indication of complexity when you have cross geography or cross corporate governance requirements. And I thought that was a very important point. And somehow we haven't really quite built that into the ownership structure or the organizational structure. So maybe have a think about that going forward. In terms of the other piece, which is the business activities, I think it's more about, where we talk about few lines of business, I think it's more about dealing with one business activity, not few. So one or a few. And this is actually what, and also one or very few revenue streams. And that's consistent with, I think, what Diane was saying in June. It's like you're starting from few, but actually in her mind, and actually I would have agreed with that at the time, it's one or few. It's not, the starting point is not more than one, for example. So maybe we could bring that down a little bit. And then I also had some other particular edits here, like few employees in the financial reporting roles. And, if we are in that small gate, then even 5 individuals is probably too many, because that would include management as well. So there are some tweaks here that I think you could do to just maybe tighten this a little bit more. But as I say, in the interest of time, I can send those offline. And then if we have a bit of time, we can come back to them. Thank you.
Okay. As of now, the way I'm reading this is that general support for a lot of what's been done, with discussion that we have around the quantitative thresholds too. But clearly, I'm continuing to go around the table. The next will be Lynn.
Morning, everybody. And Kai Milton, thank you very much for all the work that's been done with you and your team. In terms of question A, I have no comments. In terms of question B, I am with Isabel there. I personally find the numbers of individuals difficult. I can argue counterfactuals on that. So I don't support those, but the rest of the quantitative characteristics I think are fine. And on the quantitative, the rest of the qualitative characteristics I find are fine. On the quantitative thresholds, I think the current sentence presumes that every authority, every country or every authority will set quantitative thresholds. I think we might need an if there because it's their prerogative to do or not to do. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane?
Thanks, Tom, and thanks, Kai Morton, for all the hard work that you all have done. Maybe 10,000 feet. My personal preference would be we would have quantitative thresholds, but I argued with myself and I said that's not reality. You know, what's good for everybody. We have different jurisdictions, different situations. So I am very much in the camp with Josephine, which is we can leave it to the authority, but the local bodies, but I would like to give them some direction. And I think the best thing that we can do as a board is describe our intent, which was how do we see this standard being used? This is a really important standard, is going to be widely used, but I also think we want to give some intent. We want to give some context as to what we were thinking. And I know we may have very different views as to what we were thinking from the folks around the table, but I do think providing them some context. When I read through the qualitative, I am generally fine with them, but there are a few places where we do leave it open. We have a lot of, this is not an exhaustive list. Judgment is going to be involved. This may not encompass everything that's out there. And so I think that's appropriate, but the more ambiguity that you're providing will make it difficult, I think, for these jurisdictions to land on a scope. And so I would be in the camp of suggesting some quantitative disclosures. And again, leaving it to them to decide. I was fine with the entities in paragraph A1. As I mentioned, I was generally fine with the qualitative characteristics. The numbers didn't necessarily trouble me one way or the other in there. And no other major comments on the introductory box or EEM. Thanks.
One of the things that I think from a due process perspective as a board, we should be conscious of is that we're trying to be responsive to some of the comments that we've heard from the range of authorities. And without giving my viewpoint here yet on this topic, one of the things that quantitative thresholds is trying to do, if you go back to that slide, I think, where you see the boxes where people are confusing, is to eliminate some of the confusion. We've had some discussions with IFIAR between the comment period and now. And one of the things that's clear is that the real concern is the drift of this standard upwards. And I think the whole conversation about this is to try to reduce that sense of confusion and provide clarity about the intent, recognizing that we don't have the authority throughout. So I just raise that in mind because it's always, we're in the post ED period, that it's always worth we need to ground ourselves in the comments that we've received and the evidence that we've received as well. So I make that point right now. Sue.
Thank you. Thanks, Kai, and all the team for a really good job here. I think the overall drafting has improved. Definitely support the switch from describing what's not an LCE rather than to describing what it is. I have a couple of comments on A1. We've deleted, or we're proposing to delete 2 bullets, so C3 and 4, to align with IAASB on what is a PI. And I would simply observe that there's a big difference, or that there's, just because something isn't a PI doesn't mean that it's an LCE. And those characteristics that were being described, to me, would potentially still exclude consideration as an LCE. So I wonder whether we consider perhaps using those as examples in the box in A2 or something like that. And similarly, on the use of internal audits, I appreciate that the word ordinarily was introduced to deal with things like public sector entities where there's a legal requirement to have an internal audit. But if we're thinking about what we would describe an LCE as, I think internal audit would be extremely rare. So I wonder whether we think about perhaps qualifying that to more, unless internal audit is required by law or regulation or something like that, that would drive that clearer understanding of we wouldn't really expect it to be there. On the quantitative threshold piece, I'm sure, like many other people, I had different views in the outreach around including monetary values. I think probably on balance, it helps to articulate what the kind of things are we have in mind. I thought there was some really useful material in paragraph 19 of the issues paper about the guidance that we could provide to help articulate what we mean. So I think that would be good to include. And I also think when we're pulling it together, we need to really emphasize the fact that it's both qualitative and quantitative, because the danger is the more numbers we introduce, the less focus comes on the qualitative drivers. Thanks.
Thank you. Kai?
Thanks, Tom, and good morning, everyone. Kai and Amy, thanks very much for the presentation, and I'm deeply impressed how you handle the big workload you have to confront it with this one of the most important projects we have within this IAASB board. My respect for this. Tom, we have a very interesting discussion about the issue of the thresholds. And Diana, you put my words right off my mouth, and your words right off my mouth. So, at the very beginning, I was in favor with qualitative characteristics, as most of the board members here. After the discussion we have had, I would say I have to reflect about it, because as you have mentioned, as we express as a board quantitative threshold, we give a direction for all the legislators and regulators we have in the world. And at the end of the day, it is the legislator who decides whether he wants to use quantitative thresholds or not. There's one question which arises is when we started this project, we discussed at the very early beginning, we discussed whether we use the term small and medium-sized entities or less complex entities. And when we discussed about less complex entities, this was the way to discuss about qualitative characteristics. That was the source of the discussion. If we would prefer quantitative characteristic, then the question arises why we should use still the term less complex or complex entities. Yeah. Can we describe complexity by means of quantitative thresholds? That's my questions so far. Yeah.
So Kai, I think, though, if you think that it's a combination of two, you're sort of using the quantitative as a proxy when combined with a qualitative. I don't think I guess in my personal point of view, it doesn't negate the potential you call it an LCE. And I think right now we would cause real confusion too in the marketplace, because you could have a very complex SMA. What we're saying that you could be basically probably, I think in sort of Venn diagrams, it's only a subset of the SME population to some extent that are LCEs. It's not a perfect approximation, but we're using, for those who support qualitative thresholds, it's a proxy in terms of one of the elements of an LCA. Kai?
Yeah, I think that's a good explanation, and the way that we've designed it is still that it is about the qualitative characteristics that you need to be an LCE, you need to be less complex, and then as a let's say as a standback, making sure that you're, as been explained by people here as well, there are judgment, and making sure that people don't stretch the line. You could have a backstop to say less complex, but below a certain size to avoid that. That's the way it's been designed.
Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Yes, absolutely. Tom, but I want to ask, I have a couple of comments referring to question one. Should I present it now, or should we go with this discussion about the thresholds?
We're going to have to circle back to quantitative thresholds beforehand. So please, we'll take your comments now. Trust me, we're going to get back to quantitative threshold, because this is clearly an area where we have to help the fog lift.
Okay, then I start with my comments, firstly referring to little a, and here to the paragraph 8.1 in the agenda item 5.5a. I support the update to the entities listed in paragraph 8.1 with the exception of for first paragraph 8.1 little c, triple I, and IV, because they are not defined as pies in the code. So I believe they should be removed. And secondly, paragraph 8.1, a little d, little double I, relating to the exclusion of components auditors, because there are very simple audits that use component auditors. I suggest that criteria be developed in relation to complexity in this context, such as significantly different cultures, languages, legal environment, difficulty with access, and its significance of the work of the components auditors involved. I have a couple of comments to the qualitative characteristic in the table presented in 8.3. Should they, Tom, should I express these comments additionally, or is it okay to send it to the task force?
If they're substantive, or on the edge of substance,
Okay.
I suggest you put it on the public record.
Yeah.
If they're editorial, then send it to the task force.
Yeah, it's something between. Okay.
And going back to yesterday, use your professional judgment. That's a standard.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I decide to send it to the task force. Thanks.
Okay. Eric.
Thanks, Tom, and congratulations to the task force and all the work that's been done. I think it's definitely moving up the mountain, closer to the summit. Still a little bit foggy in places, but it may clear today. Who knows? I'd like to just work through the questions that are being asked. I have no comments on 1A. And then moving to the qualitative characteristics. The generally supportive of the drive to get more specificity into the qualitative characteristics. And I think we've made really good progress in that respect. I just have a couple of comments around some of them in the sense of there's a number where we talk about something is relatively straightforward or something is straightforward, particularly when we're talking about ownership structure and IT environments and things like that, I don't find those necessarily very helpful. I know there's the specifics that follow might be more helpful to people, but I think if there was one area to sort of maybe continue to focus in on would be sort of whether we can take these a little bit further. The one that has come up quite a bit in our outreach is really in the IT environment space, where you know, as we implement 315 in these entities, we're starting to find that the IT is being used more by smaller entities, less complex entities. And so some of them are actually quite sophisticated application systems and processes, but they are still not complex entities. And so a bit, you know, we urge you to look at the appendix in 315 to see if there's any more that you could build in from that appendix to sort of help people with that understanding. The other area, of course, is the quantitative thresholds. And I've heard, you know, a couple of comments today about, you know, we need to help people understand what we were thinking when we put this together. And in my view, there's going to be a lot of stuff around what we were thinking when we put this together. And so that, to me, is not a compelling argument for putting quantitative thresholds in this standard as examples. I think it's actually going to be more confusing. But I think there are places where we could discuss quantitative thresholds, not in the standard, and perhaps put appropriate context around those to help people understand what we were thinking about quantitative thresholds and how they could be applied in the context of a less complex entity. So I'm supportive of describing examples of quantitative thresholds, just not in the authority. For me, that just adds confusion. And I have no comments on the introductory box and essential material. Thanks.
Okay, Warren.
Thanks, Tom. So I'm not going to repeat points. I'll just sort of iterate a few of them and then raise one or two. Josephine, thank you very much. I did indeed go looking for the corporate governance adaptation, but Kai, I satisfied myself that it will probably get incorporated automatically into the discussion on organizational structure. So if that's what you intended, mission accomplished. If that's not what you intended, then perhaps you do need to take the comments about corporate governance, governance systems, etc., which Josephine and I am raising into more consideration. But please don't do more than you feel is necessary. I take the point that Lynn raised. I also read that section on quantitative characteristics as almost setting a requirement for a regulator to, you know, compelling them to go and develop quantitative characteristics. And then that begs the question of, you know, how many, what do they cover, and so on. So I think that there should be some type of optionality there, that if they feel it appropriate, they develop quantitative characteristics. But there may be some jurisdictions where they decide that what you have in the authority as it stands is more than sufficient for their purposes. I'm going to take the point about, you know, laying out a nice set of bright lines that tell us exactly when you do and don't fall in the scope of the standard. Yesterday, somebody said, you know, a nice mathematical equation is always great. And the same would apply here. But making that equation is going to be nigh, high, and impossible. And I think that it comes down to, yes, being transparent and yes, explaining what we are thinking, but we can explain what we were thinking in words and the ideas and concepts and principles that we had without coming and setting out particular quantitative lines. So I approve and agree with the direction being taken with the standard and with the preceding views as well. I think that any sort of detail or guidance that we give on quantitative thresholds should be principles based to avoid a situation where examples start being misinterpreted as something that can be used as a substitute for a bright line. And perhaps the same logic also applies to the examples as they appear in the table with the qualitative characteristics. But I think that those examples in the actual table with the qualitative characteristics, I don't think that that's a material issue that you should spend too much time worrying about. Similar to Sue, I also had the view that a public interest entity and a less complex entity is not necessarily the same thing. Venn diagram here probably also be quite useful. There's going to be intersections, but it's certainly not a complete union. So if the list doesn't exactly look like the public interest entity ideas as they appear in the IAASB code, I don't think that that's a particular problem either. And then the only other point, yes, on the quantitative thresholds, in case there are still lingering doubts, also keep in mind the onus of updating all of these quantitative thresholds as facts and circumstances begin to change. I mean, consider for illustrative purposes, you set a threshold that says 5 million euros is an entity which is now no longer eligible to use the scope of the standard. And then you get an event like COVID happening, everybody's revenue halves, and suddenly you're in a slightly different environment. And then you have this perpetual updating of these quantitative thresholds as facts and circumstances begin to change, and then the development of criteria to decide when the quantitative thresholds need to be updated. And then the last point, which I just wanted to bring to your attention, and I'm ordinarily loath to raise issues about adding a particular word, but just under the table in the blue highlighting where it talks about the fact that if there is an uncertainty about whether it's a less complex entity, and if this has been discussed before, I apologize. I just wonder if we should say if there is a material uncertainty that this thing meets the particular criteria. The thought being that because of the subjectivity and because of the judgment and because of the fact that you don't have bright lines, there probably will always be at least some uncertainty about whether or not you ought to be in the standard. Or put differently, there could be uncertainty, but that uncertainty may not be so significant that it causes you to cross the Rubicon. So perhaps you need to think about just adding material uncertainty. But again, I don't think that that is a material issue. Thank you very much.
Jim?
Thanks, Tom.
I know we said for the CAG meeting, there were varied views on this particular topic, but I did want to reflect that overall the CAG indicated that they would be more supportive of the thresholds. And specifically, I think the reason for that is it provides some guardrails in terms of keeping people or keeping auditors within what the intent of the standard was when it was done. So that did come out the meeting. I would say there was particular support from the European community on that. Not that that's necessarily relevant, but.
Okay. Any other tense hands up? Before I turn to Kai, I want to share on this issue of quantitative thresholds. I want to share my personal point of view. It's to be viewed as a personal point of view, not as a command to the board, but to add to weight. The way I think of this issue is in the context of my previous remark about what we heard as part of the comment period. As you know, I'm been strongly in favor of the adoption of this standard. I also believe that those who are not in favor have raised legitimate concerns about potential confusion in the marketplace, particularly along the lines of that chart that was shown, was shown on a previous slide about people thinking us in the midsection. The way to partly mitigate those concerns is through the use of quantitative thresholds. And I accept Lynn's point that we could be creative about how we draft this with an if component, a conditional requirement. We also do not have to be definitive about it. We could say, putting ourselves in the jurisdictions that might adopt quantitative thresholds we had this in mind based upon the facts of the time of drafting, i.e. $2022. Like the world is able to inflation adjust currencies. My concern is related to the global acceptance of these standards. I really worry about the circumstances where we leave too much to the imagination in us addressing the concerns of a certain community whom I believe have really legitimate demands for the standard, that it will be hugely helpful to the development of the profession in places like, as we heard, in Africa and elsewhere, who have statutory audit requirements down to a low level, but still have to meet the preconditions for an audit. We're not changing that. But at the same time, where there's public interest demands at the upper end of the spectrum, concerned about its impact on perceptions of quality. I would like to remove the noise here. And I think our being creative on the question of quantitative threshold, and by creative means, as Lynn says, maybe a conditional requirement, also recognizing it's up for the jurisdiction. But the EU thresholds, even if we use a slight range, could be like, this is what we had in mind. And we could draft that way. We could put it in a blue box saying, obviously it's for a jurisdiction, but I feel like we will impact the ability for global acceptance of this standard and potentially have knock-on impacts on the way public interest entities look at our standard setting process more fully on other things we do if we don't consider quantitative thresholds along those lines. So that's my personal point of view. It's informed by the comment letters. It's informed by all the outreach I've been doing this summer, which I believe are legitimate concerns, even with the mindset that I want this standard out there. I think it really will serve the public interest. Kai, what I think we need to do here is let's deal with everything, your responses, your to the feedback subject, except for the quantitative threshold issue. We will now sort of need to bring that back for further observations, see if anyone has a compelling point of view, and then we may have to give you specific direction.
Thank you. Listening to the comments, I think there were quite a few commonalities coming through. At the comments we were heard around what we've done with the drafting is mostly supportive, and it removes some of or narrows down some of the judgment. We also heard that it makes it less likely that it will be inappropriately used and interpreted. On that also, I think it's important that we don't look at each qualitative characteristic on its own, but it's as a whole set. And I think also Warren alluded to that, whether it's, he had the word material uncertainty or something to say whether you're in doubt, you're out, which is in there now, around that uncertainty, having qualifier on that there is a judgment, or since there's judgment, there will always be uncertainty. One thing also we didn't mention upfront is that we have a bit of outstanding work on the authority, that is to better look into some of the issues we heard on the public sector. We haven't dealt with those in what you've seen now. Also, we've heard some comments saying that it's not really, or not-for-profit organizations is not really dealt with yet, which is also one thing we need to look a little bit more into. But as I see it now, people are mostly happy with the direction we're going on most of this. I think groups, we had some comments around some of the component auditors that we'll come back to. We also heard estimates, which is one that we will come back to, and based on the discussion there, that will influence how it will be in the authority. But it leaves me foggy in two areas, and both are around quantitative measures. One being the numbers in the qualitative characteristics. So we need a little bit more firm direction on where to go there. I think I've heard more saying that it's okay to leave it in, but there are also strong views on taking them out. So we need, so we can park that discussion and not coming back to that for every meeting we have. And then also around the qualitative characteristics, as you said, or the quantitative threshold. That's one where we need to have more direction, and we will come back to that also a little bit on the next question. But I think having more of a firm view on the numbers in the qualitative characteristic is something we need to get from the board.
I wonder, Kai, whether that question is as much subject to the broader quantitative thresholds too. Like someone like me probably gets a lot more relaxed if on that point, if we have firm quantitative thresholds overall, you know. And so I think, is it okay to flip the discussion around maybe? Because I don't know how you have one without the other, right? Like they're interconnected in probably many people's minds. Do people like I guess I'm fine with them in like personally, someone like me, but I'm like also more content to have them out if you have quantitative thresholds that already are further limited.
Yeah, we can deal with it after we have the quantitative threshold discussion, but it's they're connected, but they're also separate in a way. I think, as you said, if jurisdictions decide to have quantitative thresholds and how that will be dealt with. So it's not having a firm quantitative threshold in there from the discussion. That's not what I'm hearing right now. It's hearing that more what we were thinking when we did it. So they're connected, but also separate. But we can come back with it.
Yeah, I know they're separate. Like we'll have to make decisions, but I don't know if the decision on one is conditional on the other for some people. We could order it in either way. I don't know. For those who believe in quantitative thresholds in the discussion, are they connected in your mind? That's sort of why I was saying it that way. I don't know. We could do it. Okay, maybe the best thing, we'll go your way first and we'll ask who's supportive of having, and then this will drive, maybe taking a straw poll to sort of see who supports having them in the qualitative characteristics. Or I could do it the other way, who objects to having them in the qualitative characteristics. That's okay. So in the content of the presentation of qualitative characteristics, there are quantitative numbers, right? A few of you express concern, a number of you express support. I want to know, by show of hands, who has real concern that there are quantitative thresholds in the quantitative numbers in the qualitative characteristics of the thing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I just want to get the sense of the strength of feeling here, right? So who would have real significant concerns if we removed the quantitative numbers in the qualitative characteristics? By show of hand. 1, 2, 3. And now, well, I assume, because there is, I said significant, so I assume some people are relatively comfortable either way. Like to me, my biggest concern would be, I would go into that category personally if we remove did not have quantitative thresholds. That's why I said they're connected in my mind. So, yes.
Can I ask a question? So when I look at the authority, to me, that even though this is a new format, that's a requirement. So I just wanted to caveat what you're saying with my recommendation was there's this authority supplemental guide. That's where I think it belongs. I don't believe it belongs in the authority that I see as a requirement.
Billy, you want to come in?
Yeah, I think maybe a different way, because I do think Kai may still be foggy at this point. Because for me, the question is very simple. We've had a presentation in paragraph A3 that has a table. We're only talking about the numbers that are in the qualitative characteristics at the moment. And the question is simply, do you want them there or don't you want them there? That's the question.
Yeah, that's what we were asking.
And when you vote, the two numbers should add up to 18. Because that will give the clear direction to the task force.
But that's why I was saying that I think to me, they're interconnected. It's like, that's my point. And that's why I think it's really hard. There's maybe logical reasons to exclude them, and people, if they're in the quantitative threshold category, may feel differently depending upon where we come out on the quantitative threshold, and then it's maybe fine to put it into a supplemental guidance, right? Kai?
Yeah, I think by my read of the room and what we heard in the comments, I think we have support for including them in A3 as we currently have. That's at least my read of the room for now. There were some concerns, and as you said, there were not that many that said they would have it as a major objection if it was put out, but I may have misunderstood, and if that's the case, then we need to clarify.
I think we had 5 people who said that it would be a significant objection. I view that with Isabel.
Yes, I was in the camp of 5, but my real concern is on the line nature of financial function, where you have 5 individuals or less, because based on my knowledge, in that kind of entities, often the financial function is almost totally outsourced. So for me, having a threshold of 5 does not mean anything, because most of the time it would be less than that, and it does not help. I can live with the other one.
So if you eliminated that one, you then eliminate yourself from the 5 people. That's
yes, exactly.
Significant concern. Okay. Bill?
I'll try and be helpful, but I don't think I will.
Uh-oh.
It just seems to be that there's a vast variety of views around this table that only accentuates the difficulty we're going to have implementing this standard globally. And so my thinking before I got to this meeting today was that I was quite satisfied with the authority, and I thought I understood the intent, which was to reduce significantly by the diagram the entities to which this standard ought apply, and that there was therefore then a jurisdictional option of limiting it even further by a quantitative threshold. But having heard the conversation, I'm now not sure if everything I've just said is correct, because we're making judgments without having that intent. I think it's the intent that of each person around the table that's different, rather than the decision on the quantitative, qualitative authority, the matters in the authority. So that's a long answer to saying, are we all on the same page as to the intent of the use of the LCE standard in jurisdictions? Or does anybody agree with me that we might have some differences in understanding having a universal intent?
My impression is that we're all trying to go in the right direction. It's a question of the practicalities, the standard. Like, those who believe in quantitative thresholds are trying to be more prescriptive and give an indication of it. Those who are against it actually the use or don't support the inclusion aren't against using it in the back of our mind. I don't think anyone. The question is whether there should be an explicit inclusion or not.
Perhaps I ask the question a different way. The diagram that Amy put up earlier, are we all agreed we're pushing it to the left substantially or not?
I thought we agreed on that at the last board meeting.
As I said, I apologise.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
going back
yeah.
over because I've come late into
Yeah.
this exercise. But if we're all agreed there, then I will feel comfortable. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling that at the moment.
I think it's a question of how we articulate it. And there's some board members who feel pretty strongly about the value of using suggestive quantitative thresholds as a way to better articulate it, considering external factors. So does anyone disagree with that? That's the intent, that we're moving towards the left here?
Because I've heard a lot of examples from people about why the criteria would push you to, could push you to the right. So that's all I made the comment.
Okay. You know what this comes back to? This is sort of why I was restructuring it. It's what do people think about the inclusion of quantitative thresholds? Maybe to get some guidance to this board. Like, we've now heard rationale from a number of people for and against on this point. Has anyone who was in one camp or the other changed their point of view as a result of what they've heard? Lynn, you were about to raise your card, and I'd invite comment.
I don't know if I've changed my mind as much as the reason that I'm worried about the 5 individuals is, as Auditor General, I had 2,500 schools. To me, they fit to the left of that diagram, but they all had governance arrangements that had elected representatives who were greater than 5. And so they'd be, and leadership teams and management teams that were bigger than 5, they were still less complex. They are tiny, small audits that I think we're writing the standard for. And my concern is, by putting 5, we're going to exclude a heap of them when I don't think we should. And so I'm looking at a practical application of a large body of things I audited and going, does this feel right if we're going to exclude what I think is within, as Bill said, what we were thinking is the right way to do it. So if somebody has a way around that, I'd be comfortable and could move, but my concern is just that.
Sorry, that's an example of not happy with a quantitative threshold, right? But it's only an indication. You can make the decision accordingly. It's not saying you have to accept 5 as the number. It's saying it's an indicative number. So your judgment can override that. Am I correct in that?
Kai, I'm going to turn it back to you here, because we're confused. I think we're mixing things up right now a little bit. We're in the quality. I think Lynn's comments are related to the qualitative characteristics that use quantitative numbers. And your concern is that there's unintended consequences when they're there's a reason we call them qualitative. So that's different than the inclusion of what a number of us have called for, is more creativity in the drafting on broader quantitative requirements in I guess it's a 4. Kai, back to you.
Yeah, I think your explanation there is correct, Tom. This is in the quantitative or qualitative characteristic area. So it's not being set as a firm number, but it's given as an indicator. An example of what a small key management team could be. It's not saying that if you're 6, you're automatically out, but then you need to consider why is it 6? It's giving an indicator saying it's small, relatively small. 5, it's a family-owned business, and there are 7 siblings running it together. Does that mean that they're out? No, it doesn't. But you need to consider them. Is it still small and less complex by itself? So it maybe if we call them numerical indicators rather than quantitative measures within the qualitative characteristics, we will stop the confusion.
So I think some of it may be to remember English language is not the native language for many of our users. Also, Latin abbreviations, e.g., may be a little confusing than if your intent is more that way. It means, for example, right? But it's I think we could give some thought, and that may reduce some of the concerns about the quantitative numbers in the qualitative characteristics. Was that what you were going to say? Okay. Are people, Isabel, you particularly suggested that one point related to the finance function, and you basically said your big concern is the 5 in that regard, and the task force should look at that, right? Others, in terms of this, who had concerns, if there's some nuance to language, would you be happier for the task force at least to consider that? Isabel? Josephine?
My daughter's as well, so that was very nice. Thank you. There was just something though that's really important here. We have to understand on that particular qualitative characteristic. So as you go away and play with it, you're talking about the finance function. In the UK, for example, we also have schools that are heavily governed. There's a big leadership team. There's one finance person. That's it. And that's what I'm thinking when I'm thinking of numbers, and that's an LCE. Maybe it's different, but the finance function itself, you might have 7 members of a family all involved in organizational structure. I get that, but they'll probably outsource, to Isabel's point, the finance function, or they'll have one person doing it. So that's why I felt that we weren't quite pinning that down properly. So in terms of that qualitative characteristics, it's making it very clear it's about the persons responsible for the finance itself. The oversight, it has a responsibility, of course, but it's actually in terms of delivering the financial statements at the end of the day. So maybe it's something about that that's rattling around in my head in terms of 5 just seems way too high. That's all. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, and maybe I don't want to pile on to this, but I agree with Josephine. And also to clarify in my mind, so if you outsource it and there's 10 people working and crunching the numbers and making accounting entries, then they're out. So you need to look through the outsourcing because there's large companies that have outsourced their accounting as well, where estimates are being prepared, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, I just want to support Josephine on this and also provide this additional comment. Thank you.
Okay, Kai.
Yeah, just reacting to that, I think we also need to remember that these are qualitative characteristics and you need to see them together. It's not one on its own. I think if the entity is that complex that you outsource and they need 10 people to do the work, it's probably more complex in other areas as well. So you will be out by other qualitative characteristics. So I think we just need, when we do this, we need to look at the set of qualitative characteristics together. That's why I'm less concerned with some of them, because there is some room of judgment and for all of them. But when you looked at them all together, I think the entities that you talk about there, Ado, and the ones you talk about, Josephine, they would be out by other qualitative characteristics.
Okay. I think you have a good bit of support to use numerical indicators and however we define the terms as part of the qualitative characteristics. the next question comes down to what's in A4 about whether the approach suggested currently by the task force is sufficient, or a more robust approach to quantitative characteristics being suggestive, even, I would say, conditionally, say, if you were thinking of this, this is what we had in mind. Is it a better approach to it? Is that Kai, is that a fair setup for this?
Yeah, I think that's a fair setup, and that's also being covered through our a good lead into the next set of question coming on the next slide, which we probably will need to have a break before we go to, or?
Yeah, well, we'll stew on that, but we're going to come back with some definitive guidance to let the fog rise. The Viking needs to see that summit. Okay, we're going to break right now. We'll reconvene at 10 minutes after the hour, 11:10. We'll give you a half-hour break.
So finally, we say the same thing. The criteria on the size of the finance function is not relevant.
Yeah, it's how you look at what finance function really is. And so I think the proxy of how many people are involved in putting the numbers together is a decent proxy.
Yes, but not sure this information is always available to
No, that's which one of the reasons why I think we need a quantitative threshold that indicates the levels of entities we're thinking about. Yeah, it is all about this.
No, but on this finance function, we say the same thing. But on having threshold, in most of the French-speaking African countries I work with, if we tell them the European threshold, all companies are below. Except the listed.
That's good.
Okay, we're going to start in about 30 seconds. Okay, welcome back. Are we back to streaming? Welcome back to our YouTube followers. We're gonna turn, as we sort of alluded to earlier, we had already jumped ahead to question 2 in consideration of question 1. I'm going to turn it back to Kai. We've been considering how to frame some options for the board. Part of it, I think, is we've been talking about is what it means, what people are thinking of in terms of addressing the more quantitative thresholds. It's hard to visualize yet. And so maybe Kai, you could sort of think about a path, share people a potential path forward for consideration.
Sure, I can do that. As you said, we've been doing a bit of thinking in the background on some alternative to what we currently have in A4 and what we have in the discussion here to be a bit more definitive on the quantitative thresholds and provide more clear guidance to the readers of the authority what that means. So if you look at A4, one alternative could be to be a bit stronger on the wording in there that we would anticipate, or in some of the first sentence rather than this is where we provide for the authorities to do quantitative thresholds that we anticipate that they would do, and in the blue box in the EM we could give more clear examples on what the thinking could be, and give some of a reference to some of the thresholds that we've been considering and have in our issues paper currently. And some of that could be referring to in an OECD jurisdiction, referring to the thresholds for EU small companies that we have in the issues paper, not having that as a quantitative threshold in the paper as such, but saying that that was our thinking behind some of this, and to give an indication of where we're at. And if you were in emerging markets, you would need to scale the thresholds appropriately to the jurisdiction. I just want to give that as a background to be an alternative, to be a bit firmer on the fallback. More or less is what we have currently in A4, but how we could be stronger on that, including in an authority.
So summarize, that's for those who this is to respond for those who think that more guidance on quantitative, it makes sense. It's a little bit of strengthening the language around A4 and then using the EEM in the blue box to highlight the small company thresholds in EU as what we had in mind, maybe for a developed market, and then a scaling of that for emerging markets. And what I hear you saying is we always have what we have as a fallback. Basically is you're seeking support to go back and actually do some drafting on this alternative that would be brought back to the board. Is that would people be supportive of that approach? For those who particularly support the use of quantitative thresholds, does this at least begin to meet your concerns? I've seen nodding of heads of those. For those who are particularly wary at this point, but wary of quantitative thresholds, the use of the EEM paragraph as a placement, is that a potential mitigant of your concerns? Okay. Does the EU small company level resonate as a general guidance of what people have in mind? This almost goes to Bill's point about do we all agree sort of around what we're talking about? That if you would have to refer to the issues paper on that topic. Okay, I'm seeing nods. I think you have some guidance there to pursue that, Kai.
Thank you. As I said, I see nods, but I also see someone being less. It's not that we're seeking votes now to agree on it, but it's going back to develop some alternative to what we currently have, to be a bit more firm on including quantitative thresholds in there. So I agree that, and if you look outside, the sun has come. Which means the fog is clearing. So I think we're getting there.
We'll play some Beatles, Here Comes the Sun. Okay. This sort of actually addressed question 2, but is there any other points related to question 2 that you want to get in?
Yeah, I think we can have some of this. People may have comments to some of what we have in there, even though we may be stronger in the authority itself and be more definite in there. I'll hand over to Amy to lead into the section, and if there's any other comments on question 2 that people would like to raise, we can do that afterwards.
Thanks, Kai. So I know, as you've just said, we've kind of talked a lot about this already. I mean, it may just be useful for us to quickly outline what our task force proposals were in the paper. I mean, assuming that there was a placeholder in the authority with the expectation to act, or the jurisdictions to act to set thresholds. We did detail out some matters in paragraph 19 of the issues paper, just kind of talking about what we think the jurisdictions need to know, what guidance they need, so their roles and responsibilities, their guidance on what to consider, the types of indicators to consider, and then illustrative examples, which may include indicative ranges. I know we've already covered this, but we did talk about whether it would make sense to create one illustrative range or ceiling that would apply to all. So, a currency unit of 50 million for revenue or 500 million, and whether that would make sense across all jurisdictions, whether it would be too wide to be meaningful, or a ceiling would be too high to be meaningful. So I know that the alternative kind of addresses some of that that we've talked about, but just wanted to explain the thinking there, appreciating there's a range of views on this area, which is why we specifically asked for feedback on whether it was possible to include a range or not. So again, what we really need to, do to clear the fog is decide, what should be in the main paragraph of the authority, so A4, what should be in the EEM for the authority, and what might be in a supplemental guide. So we've the alternative covered a little bit about that, but that's really the direction that we need eventually to get to a place where we know what should be where, because it is important what's where as well. So just a little bit of background, I think, around that.
If I'm not mistaken, though, I think a little bit of what we agreed was the option will address this. For those, the option is clearly not to leave much of it to the supplemental guide, but to have it in the authority in a combination of requirement and EEM. And you may have a greater explanation in the supplemental guide that builds on it, right?
Yep. Yeah, true. So I just wanted to have a question too. So if people had additional comments other than the discussion we preempted under question 1, if there are other comments that you want to raise under question 2 around quantitative thresholds, now is the time to do.
Okay, great. Josephine, I see your tent is up.
Yeah, thank you. I was just wanted to clarify what you just said as well, because I felt we'd come to some conclusions. That's helpful. The only other thing I would say is that I don't think we need to overdo this. I think the supplemental guide is actually going to be more helpful for jurisdictions when you're talking about the qualitative measures and what they might think about when they're thinking about those, and whether they want to introduce additional measures, particularly in the A1, A2 space, for example, in a similar manner as you suggested that IAASB have done in terms of the PI definitions. But in terms of the quantitative measures, if we go down the route we're going, I don't think you need to do any more than that, because you'll just be saying this is indicative of what we thought, and jurisdictions may decide to set their own. Yeah, thank you.
Warren, I saw your hand was up and then down.
Tom, thank you. I think Josephine said more or less what I wanted to say anyway.
Great, thank you. Okay, well, we wanted to, as part of our due process, we had question 2 in the paper. We wanted to make sure that it was explicitly asked. But we sort of covered that, so we're in good shape there. Okay, that was simple, right? Take a collective deep breath right now and move ahead. Up the mountain we go.
And the clicker is working. There is still a little bit of fog left, and one of the other areas around accounting estimates. And I'll hand over to Amy to explain our thinking behind and to get the board's direction on some of this.
Okay, so accounting estimates, I guess I get all the easy topics today. So reflecting on the board discussion in June and the respondents' comments in this area, we as a task force did have extensive discussions about the best way forward on this topic. As we did discuss in June, estimates was the area of most comments in the authority in terms of qualitative characteristics, with respondents being concerned about the general operability and noting that it may be quite common for certain kind of isolated one-off type estimates to be held by LCEs that may not increase the complexity of the entity more generally or as a whole. The task force also looked at more detail at the specific examples provided by respondents and the reference group and the board around, estimates that are commonly held by LCEs. So I think, really 3 key points to land on before we get into our proposed solution. The task force really, first of all, felt that it wasn't appropriate just to list the types of balances by account balance level that might be complex or less complex. So for instance, all depreciation is less complex, all financial instruments are complex. So, just to be clear on that, because there's matters and individual facts and circumstances as demonstrated in the appendix that really drive complexity more than just on an account balance level. Secondly, and probably the most important point on this slide, generally based on the other prohibitions and limitations in the authority, and that includes the qualitative characteristics, the task force really don't feel that we expect there are going to be accounting estimates that are really of the highest complexity to be held by LCs commonly. So really the ones that we're really worried about generally because they add complexity more generally to the entity, and so are being dealt with through all other qualitative characteristics and the prohibitions, limitations. And I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. And the third point, is that the task force really felt that the evaluation of complexity when deciding whether to use the standard should be simple and clear, so easy to implement. And so, in other words, it really didn't make sense to have to perform a full audit of every single estimate that an entity holds before deciding whether to accept or continue an engagement using the standard, particularly with a risk of getting, kicked out if you get it wrong or something comes up, as you carry on through your risk assessment procedures. So it was just another key point that the task force landed with. So if we move forward to the proposed solutions proposed by the task force, this is just kind of a visualization of what we were thinking in terms of estimates and how entities that hold the most kind of complex estimates kind of get filtered out. So as I said previously, the prohibitions, the limitations that are already in the authority, and the qualitative characteristics around business model, business activities, organizational structure, nature of finance function, all those different qualitative characteristics would generally filter out the type of entities that hold estimates that are of most concern to us, so really on that highest end of the complexity scale. The task force, based on that, the task force did consider whether there needed to be an estimate specific characteristic at all, so a qualitative characteristic at all, but did conclude that it would be appropriate to include something, but that it would be written in a way that didn't require a detailed review of absolutely every matter, the facts and circumstance right at the start of the audit. And so we have on the slide there the characteristic that we landed with. The task force also considered the stand back requirement, and that when looking at estimates overall, you would still have that stand back to say, are you still an LCE? And this would include, after risk assessment and as further facts and circumstances come up during the audit, you would still have that stand back requirement to say, are you still an LCE? And at the end of that, the task force proposed to include procedures that would be sufficient for any estimates that would remain, so any accounting estimates that would remain, to ensure that the auditor has enough procedures for anything that would be left there. So the task force is proposing to review what's in ISO 540 and just make sure that our procedures are sufficient in this area. So that's really where we landed, and what we're really asking the board is for their views on what we're proposing to include in authority in this area, and what we're proposing to include in terms of requirements that would be in the standard. I'll hand back to Kai in case there's anything further on estimates. It's a tricky area.
No, there's nothing much to add. I just want to reiterate, you said the task force considered that it needs to be simple to identify whether you're a less complex entity or not based on the authority. That was actually a feedback we also got in the ED, that was quite strong to have and relatively easy decision made whether you're a less complex entity or not, and not go down the route to have a full audit of the estimates to decide whether you're in and out. And as you see from the issues paper, where we as a task force landed is that if it's not contributing to the complexity of the entity as a whole, it would still be a less complex entity. That meaning that there could be some estimates that are more complex than the plain vanilla ones, but there would not be that complex, and that's why we included, we felt we needed to include the requirements that would be necessary for that. So we would need the board direction on if we're heading in the right direction, and if not, what's the alternative, and if there are estimates that we're still concerned about, what type of estimates are those, so we can more specifically consider how to deal with them. So I'll hand back to you, Tom, for questions 3 and 4.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to get input on accounting estimates, questions 3 and 4. Wendy.
Thank you, Tom. So Kai, you'll be happy to know we're generally in agreement. I just have one minor comment to consider in it's in the qualitative characteristics of A3 that we should probably weave in the concept of material or pervasive. Thank you.
Kai.
Thanks. First, my reaction to question number 3 was with respect to how to reflect accounting estimates in the authority. I very much support option B. But as I have pointed out in my previous comments, the wording of the qualitative characters should be changed to make it clearer that the adjective complexity applies to all of the matters mentioned as follows. That's my proposal. The entity's financial statements typically do not include accounting estimates that involve.
Can you
sorry.
talk a little closer to
Yeah,
the
okay,
mic?
sorry, yeah.
Right.
So my proposal is for this change, the entity's financial statements typically do not include accounting estimates that involve the use of complex methods, models, assumptions, or data. That is my proposal. Then I have a short comment for question 4. With respect to the way forward on the requirements for accounting estimates, I'm concerned with the addition of requirements from ISA 540 to deal with complex methods, models, assumptions, or data. However, this would not preclude auditors from drawing on the additional matters as guidance when needed. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Diane.
Tom, Kai, very supportive of what you've got here. One thing, small thing, just think about is there a place where you want to talk about maybe this, the pervasiveness of these estimates? So if you have one that's complex, are you out? Is there, and it's just a thought. Do you have one if you're out? How pervasive the complexity is? Is there any type of guidance that you would provide to that? But otherwise, very comfortable with what you have here. Thank you.
Sue.
Thank you. Thanks, Kai. Also very supportive of what you have here. A couple of observations. I thought there was some really excellent material in Appendix 3 to the issues paper, and it would be great not to lose them and to think about making that more widely available when we come to think about implementation guidance, for example. And in terms of question 4, agree with incorporating throughout the standard, support the stand back. And one thought on the stand back, and it maybe builds on what Diane's just said, is to sort of consider some kind of caveat as to whether the existence of a complex estimate perhaps undermines some of the decisions that have been taken around the simplicity of the business model. So whether it links back to that. Thanks.
Josephine.
Thank you. Just on the, I just wanted to mention on Appendix 3, we actually quite like Appendix 3. We felt actually that could be useful guidance, not only for this standard, but actually ISA 540. So, maybe we could repackage it at some point. So thank you for that. This is one area though, we did feel you had it right in the ED. The extension of the description is fine, but actually our take on the word typically is probably the opposite to the way the task force is looking at it. We feel like by including typically gives you a gateway into throw in some quite complex accounting estimates. So our preference would be that you just remove typically. And a similar point to Sue is that it's not just about 540, that you have all the information systems that are supporting the development or the assumptions and judgments that management are making when they're actually coming to conclusions on accounting estimates. And that's all in your 315. So as you start to just have to get really close to it, sorry. So as you start to move into something that becomes more complex, then all of a sudden the systems are becoming more complex. So go backwards, take out the word typically, so it's a clear line. They don't use those models, and other than that, happy with the direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Warren.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, Kai, I actually enjoyed reading Appendix 3. I agree with all of the previous comments. It's neatly written. It's easy to follow. I think the examples were great. It doesn't sort of leave any sort of doubt by the time you've gotten through it. I never realized Appendix 3 might end up being binned or lost or something. Please don't lose it. It certainly can be added somewhere for clarity purposes. And I share Diane's view on the importance of the pervasiveness of the estimates. Just a question rather than a point for consideration. And please forgive me if I've missed something or if I have misread the document. But at what level does this litmus test get applied? Do you envisage it being done sort of on the prima facie assessment of the entity's financial environment? So, at your sort of first blush, you think there's estimate A, B, and C, and then you go through applying the litmus test to A, B, and C? Or are you sort of envisaging like a broad conspectus of the estimates, and then you look at it sort of holistically when you do the litmus test? But that's really just a query, something that I'm not personally clear on. Thanks very much.
Okay. Ada?
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate I made some of these comments before in answering the first question, but I struggled a bit with the word typically as well, particularly given that I didn't get the meaning of typically how you explained it in the issues paper. That's not how I read typically. The way you described this is more of a one-off nature, doesn't happen all the time, and yeah, you could read that in typically, but a lot of other things can be read into typically. I recognize and I appreciate the direction where the task force is going, and I support that. I'm not sure whether striking typically would solve the problem. Because if you have this one-off thing and there are some experts being used and you could get your arms around it, I would be supportive of then including further requirements, and that's what you're thinking about. It probably will need some conditionality, not to taint everything else, but also had the thought that Josephine had, it's broader than just here, because it is an element of your risk assessment procedures of your standback. So, but curious to see. I like the direction, and I also enjoyed the example. Really well done, and I found it a good example that we shouldn't lose. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isabel.
Yes, I also like the way forward and the examples. On typically, I took my CUSP hat. So if you remember, we developed in the CUSP document a heat map of probability of occurrence. And we had extremely rare, unlikely, likely, often, and ordinarily. But typically was not there. And the comments we had from you was that it was already overly complex, and that our duty going forward should be to reduce the scale of this heat map, to try to reduce the number of words used to a more simple number of words, keeping in mind also, and we are well aware of that, but when you need to translate this word, sometimes several words in English translate in one single word in another language, so it's always very complex. So we also struggled with this typically. So either we may take a word that does already exist and has a definition in CUSP. Removing it for me is not the right solution because it will close the door, but maybe adding more meat around the statement to better explain, but please don't create over a new word. We have enough for that. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? It's always good to have a cusp reminder. Len, were you region or?
I support the task force direction, so I didn't want to repeat that. But on a typically, some of my reference groups also struggle with that. So one of the suggestions is, do we really need that sentence? The whole sentence. That was one suggestion, is maybe just delete that whole sentence. So rather than causing confusion, but just somebody's suggestion, just want to say that. But
Josephine?
Len, sorry, can I clarify? So you mean that we don't have anything in here that talks of estimates at all? Because if you delete, that is one sentence. So if we take that out, then we're not really mentioning estimates at all. So I'm just clarifying if that's what you were suggesting.
Well, the reason I didn't want to make it because I'm not convinced, but there's this back and forth on typically the word they use typically. So there was one solution offered, but I thought I'd share with that. But yes, that was the suggestion.
I don't think that suggestion is resonating. Let's just say okay. There's no bad ideas though. Okay, I think you got some suggestions in terms of how you would typically improve this section, but I think that otherwise you get into support for the general approach.
Yeah, I think that's right. When I look at the room, I feel that we on balance typically have general support for the direction we're heading with all the different qualifiers.
And ordinarily, I support your judgments there.
Yeah. I see that we get support for the direction we're heading and getting some helpful suggestions on where we could further improve or be more specific in some of these areas. So that's helpful. Thank you. I think then we'll be moving on to the next topic, and we'll pass the clicker on to Jasper, which will lead us into group audits and what we've done there. And so he'll introduce us into group audits.
You can keep the clicker. Okay. No, indeed, I will introduce the group audits piece. So in June, the board supported the task force's recommendation to explore what kind of group audits could be included in the scope of the standard. So that's what we've done. I think before we dive into the details, I think it's important to highlight that all the criteria specific for group audits are in addition to our prohibitions and the qualitative characteristics of an LCE. So it's really always used to say, like, you have a lot of gates where you need to go through all your qualitative characteristics, and you still need to go through all of these gates. And when you're a group audit, you have to go through some additional ones. And we're talking about in this section about just the additional ones. So the task force discussed which kind of criteria should be added to the authority. In June, we already identified two, and we included in the issues paper that the group has few entities and business units, and also the group has a simple consolidation process. And with a simple consolidation process, we mean that there are no sub-consolidations, there are some simple consolidation adjustments, and there are no complex intercompany transactions. So both of these we still think should be in there and are therefore included in the authority with respect to group audits. Then we also added new criteria, and these are really based on on the review that we did from ISO 600, we'll get to later as well in a bit more detail, but we went through all the requirements and where we picked up requirements that we thought, oh, this could highlight complexity, that basically triggered us in as well thinking of, okay, what are then the criteria or the characteristics that we want to include in the authority for group audits. So those are that there are a limited number of jurisdictions or geographical locations. So for example, the number of jurisdictions you can have, you get complexity with different laws or regulations, with different cultures, different languages. So therefore we thought those that's an area of this indication of complexity. Then we have as well, like the number of locations you're in, like when you're having like 10, 20 locations, it's getting more harder to manage the group than when everything is centralized at one place. So therefore we added that one. We had restrictions on access to information and people we identified as an area of complexity. So when management cannot provide with access to information of people, we don't think you should be able to, you should not be in this in the standard. And the last area that we identified relates to the financial reporting process. And there we identified 2 areas that might create complexity. This is the, if you have different accounting policies between the entities and business units, and we have different financial reporting year ends. So those are the ones that we included on that one. I'm not sure who the clicker has. Can we go to the, yeah, Guy, thank you. So then we got to the one where we had most discussions on using component auditors. And on this one, we went back and forth on it. We discussed the pros and cons, which you can see on the slide, which are also in the issues paper. So throughout the discussions, we kept them and we presented those to you as well. And in the end, the task force on balance was of the view that component auditors should not be included. And the main reason for that is basically the point in green, the first bullet there, that typically a less complex entity does not have component auditors. And we know there are exceptions, and people can come up with exceptions. But on the other hand, there's a risk when you include this that you have a scope creep as well. And that's to the earlier discussion, we're trying to avoid that. They were really on that left-hand side on that slide that Amy presented on earlier. And this also with in mind, there's a general concerns about the scope of the standard. There's still, to Wendy's point earlier, you can still use, depending on the circumstance, you can still use another auditor to perform an inventory count, for example, because that's not a component auditor as defined in 600. So you can still have those situations, which I think are the more common one. If you think about what a typical less complex entity is, that would still be possible. And I think it's an area where we need to then maybe add some more EEM on, which we haven't done yet, but which we will be doing. And so I think with that, I think it's in general, we really try to be on the scoping. We need to balance the views of our stakeholders here. So on one hand, we allow the use of the ISO for LCE for group audits, but on the other hand, also the concerns from other stakeholders about the scope of the standard, and that's in the end where we landed on with these matters. So if we can go to the next slide, and there we ask for your views on the proposed changes to the authority that we have for group audits specifically, and then also we are interested in your views on whether we should include component auditors or not. And Kai, if you have anything to add, then Tom, I'll leave it to you for the questions.
Okay. Group audits. Okay, I'm going to just call. I knew Ada would come in on this. Come on.
Thank you, Tom. And I think I'm generally supportive of where the task force is going. In respect of the additional characteristics, I was thinking, well, when the example is being raised, few jurisdictions or geographical locations, 5 or less, so I was more thinking of 1 or 2, just as my frame of reference, because I think I'm not so concerned about the amount of entities if they're all in territory. But if you span more jurisdictions, you get complications with language, geography, political dimensions, jurisdictional dimensions that add complexity, which I would think would be the trigger for complexity. And that would be more my arguing on why I think component auditors should be out. That's where the task force landed, and I'm in agreement with that. Yeah, I think those were the questions, isn't it? Because we're not commenting on the part, was it 6, where it's in? Yes, thank you.
Isabel.
No, I wanted to comment on 6.
Fernando.
Thank you, Tom. And same as Ido, I'm happy with the direction and the decisions that the task force is presenting to us. I think this is a win-win in terms of a good balance between the group audit standard and the LCE standard. So, and also agree that component auditors should not really be part of the LCE.
Okay. Well, note that for when we get to 6, then they should not be. Yosh.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you very much, Kai Morton. And I agree with the group audit introducing to the LCE ISA personally, but I'm standing over the regulatory position. Unfortunately, I did not support applying group audit as presented in the exposure draft. As you know, the 600 group audit was revised because of the complexity of the considerations and procedures inherent to group audits. The revised 600 can be applied in the integrated approach to achieve high quality audits. Therefore, if incorporating group audits, I suppose that the LCE ISA should incorporate most of 600 provisions. It is making the ISA for LCE lengthy and inconsistent with the original intent of the LCE audit standard development. And on the contrary, about the group audit, I would like to confirm that based on my understanding, it is not acceptable to apply the ISA LCE to component audits in the group audit. I should be clarified that LCE ISA is not applicable in group audits, including component audits. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, we'll deal with question 5 here and get to 6, but we have a few anti-component auditor types for 6 that we will now note. Eric.
Thanks, Tom. And we're certainly supportive of bringing group audits into the LCE standard. I think one of the areas that we struggled with a little bit was around geographical locations and what we really mean by that. Canada's quite a big country, and some of our smaller entities have locations across the country. Some of our entities, small entities, have locations across the country, and it sort of begs the question of, is it really the geographical location or some of the other factors that are important in determining whether you've got complexity here? So we just struggle with that a bit, that it's really where you have some of these complex factors that are important in some instances. So the 5 or less was also an issue. With respect to jurisdictions, we certainly agree 5 or less sounds like a lot, but on the other hand, on geographical locations, it might be too many. So another reason why we struggle with the quantitative thresholds. But overall, pleased with the direction in question 5. Thank you.
Okay. Sue.
Thanks. Similar to Eric, sorry, I'll start off by saying, obviously supportive of bringing group audits in, and thank you for all of that. Similar to Eric, the feedback from large countries like Canada, Australia, and so on was when we were talking about different areas. Perhaps there's an alternative way of phrasing that, because the the complexity is probably around difference in laws and regulations and culture and what have you, which led to a similar comment to what Ado made around if there are multiple jurisdictions, more than one or two is probably introducing more complexity there. And then I had one comment on the criteria around having the same year end. There are some countries that mandate year ends through local law and what have you, and that's not under group or local management control. And so if we could just think about addressing that, because that could automatically exclude a number of groups through nothing that they were influencing. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Josephine?
Thank you. Yeah, happy with the direction. We're, fine-tuning our gate, and we're getting there. In terms of the additional characteristics, I think I'm right in saying that the common controls requirements come out of your suggestive drafting. So if it's come out of there, then I do believe it should be part and parcel of a qualitative characteristic here. And that might help a little bit with timelines as well, in the sense that I actually think that timelines point that Sue's raised is important. But at least if you have common controls and skewed timelines, then it will work together a lot better. So from that perspective, if we could address that. I have similar concerns around this jurisdictions, geography. The EU, in my mind, is jurisdiction. That's 27 countries. I've said this so many times today already. I'm obviously on a roll here. So maybe in this particular instance, even though it's not our ISA language, we do actually talk about countries. And then I would agree with Ado's point that it should be, we're thinking within one country when we're thinking about this group, but, maybe one outside in another country. So maybe we need to just change the language here and not be so strict on our ISA language. In terms of access to information or people, I'm curious as to why this is here. This is a golden standard for us anyway, in our auditing standards. It's an ISO 210. It's a gateway to any audit. It doesn't even matter. It's just not so much management and those charge of governance in terms of group. It's any audit. You have to have that access. So it's a bit confusing to have it here when it's a fundamental requirement. So I'm not sure if that's really adding anything. And then somebody mentioned at the previous, I think it might have been Isabel, who was talking about straightforward. I don't mind if you use straightforward or simple, but just if we can maintain consistency in the language that we're using there. Thank you. That's some, and then when you have the group as simple consolidation process, it says, e.g., no complex sub-consolidations. Sorry, my words out today. There shouldn't be any sub-consolidations. I think that's where you were driving at. So it's not an example. It should be part of simple consolidation process with no sub-consolidations, e.g. simple aggregation consolidation. And I know it may feel like I'm getting in the weeds here, but it's really important that with these additional characteristics, we're making sure that they're consistent with the requirements we're putting forward as well. Thank you very much.
Warren.
Thanks very much. I was one of the people who in the last meeting, June, sort of was opposed to having group audits being brought into the LCE environment, very similar to Yosha's arguments. But then having sort of worked through this document again and listened to the presentation, I've subsequently changed my mind and now agree that you can have group entities which are not necessarily complex. So I take the point and the arguments raised, iterate them. With regards to the qualitative characteristics, there's one point where it talks about having to have the same accounting policy, similar to Sue's comments about having to have the same year end. That could have, some unintended consequences for what are really simple entities, but sort of just get themselves a bit bogged down by particular regulatory or contractual environments, which might come into play. So I wonder if it's a case of having the same accounting policy and the same year end, or saying that you have to have similar financial reporting frameworks. Perhaps that might be an alternate way to think about that particular qualitative characteristic. That was the only point I had, but perhaps just in response to Josephine's comment about that access to information and access to people. I mean, I do take the point that an inability to access information and people is sort of one of the big criteria to decide whether you should accept the engagement in the first place. But maybe we should actually keep that one there, because this issue of access to people, particularly at different levels within the organization, and information at different levels in the organization, even if it would not be so fatal that you could not complete the engagement, could still be a very nice indicator of when there are disguised complexities, to put it quite simply, that would otherwise have gone undetected. Because as soon as those business environments start getting more complicated with all sorts of strange structures being set up to achieve, in some cases, legitimate and in some cases, illegitimate ends, it's probably going to be that question of access to information and how easily you can access the information. That'll be a good indicator of whether there's something you ought to be really worried about. And if there's something you're really worried about, maybe you shouldn't be in the LCE environment at all. So I would suggest we keep that one. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Josephine, you raised your card regarding this, but Diane was ahead. Diane, did you want to? Okay. Josephine?
Thank you. And Warren, I absolutely totally agree with you. In which case, would anybody be opposed to this actually moving into the general qualitative characteristics? Given the strength of Warren's argument that it is gold standard and it is relevant. And so if we are going to include it, it's not just the group audits characteristic, it's an all audits characteristic. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to turn to Kai here because I think the task force has discussed this point a bit.
Yeah, we have Amy and Jasper may help me out on this one as well, but it's one of the preconditions to the audit, as you said, and picking out one of them to be a general characteristic to all LCEs would feel a bit weird. Then we would have to go more into some of the details. The reason for including it there is also it is part of 600. That's one of the more common situations where you could end up in this, or one of the and when you can end up in this situation. But we can take that back and look into it. But anything you want to add, Jasper?
No, that was indeed our rationale for including it. That it's in 600. It's of course like I don't have to tell you, Josephine, but it's a part that we indeed is a significant part of it, and it was an issue around there. So that's why we've included it specifically for groups.
You know, I saw your 10 card jumped up. Is it related to this topic?
Yeah, and I think the task force considering it, or maybe putting some different words around it, because it is a 600 issue, and particularly thinking of where you can't have access. I like the general requirement. I'm sympathetic to the arguments of the task force, but maybe we could put something in it to still drive the point that we need, because there is a level of complexity that comes around it. Thank you.
Okay, we'll leave that with the task force then. Diane?
Just rounding back to the question, question 5, I am supportive of the direction. I'm fine with group coming in. Like Warren, originally I was not a group fan, but I'm there now. I'm okay.
You're a groupie.
I'm a groupie. I'm proud to say it. I think along with some of the other comments, the only one that struck me was the 5 jurisdictions. So maybe taking a combination of what Josephine suggested, that could be revised to jurisdictions or countries, because there are certain situations where it is a jurisdiction and not technically a country. And I would have a threshold of 1 or 2 as well. But that was the only comment I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim?
And just for the record, I guess the CAG is a groupie as well. But we had varying comments in terms of whether the group should be in or out, but I would say the majority of the CAG members supported being in with a specific reference or supporting the characteristics that you've outlined.
Okay, we've gotten some good support in terms of directions, but some suggestions about how we qualify some language and approach on 5. Sue?
I've just been mulling over the suggestion about the European Union, and apologies for the Europeans that you've got a couple of Brits talking about this, but it's it's not just about the geographical or the jurisdiction, the fact that there are common laws, but the complexity comes through challenges of language and culture and what have you. So I think if we're thinking about that kind of stuff, I would just urge that we think about the various characteristics that there are in there, of which common laws might be one, but there are a lot of differences between, across a large region. Thanks.
Okay. Yes, for Kai, back to you. Who's going to set up question 6?
Thank you. Just to react to the comments we also heard, I think, as you said, we have general direction, but some questions around the jurisdictions and geographic locations. As Sue just, it was a perfect setup to what my thinking, because our thinking behind this is more about different laws and what's underlying. When you move across borders, you could have situations where there are similarities or almost the same. You're just across a border and everything else is the same. So maybe we're trying to combine too much into one characteristic, and whether we should break it up into what are the underlying reasons into that may actually solve some of what we're hearing. And whether sub-consolidations and some of that may also then be something that we will look into. Around year ends though, it could affect your consolidation process. If you have different year ends, you'll have to translate into the similar year ends, so that would affect your consolidation process. Whether that's still simple or not simple, is that a judgment or not? But I think that's our thinking behind some of it, the reason for not having or saying it should be the same year ends is that it would then drive the consolidation process and becoming more complex. But thanks for the comments here, and the same also around same accounting policies, or whether it's accounting frameworks is something we'll also have to look into, I think, too. I think then hand back to Jasper to introduce question 6, which we also have in there. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add.
Yeah, I don't have much to add. I think I kind of introduced it to the previous slide that we had on whether you're not to use component auditors. So just generally, you're asking the board for their views on if they agree with what the task force sets out of whether we should include component auditors, and the task force views, and that on balance we don't think we should include component auditors in the scope of the standard.
Okay, you've heard 2 strong views against so far. Just Isabel?
Yes, I did not comment on 5 because I was supportive of a direction. On 6, it's not the best threshold to exclude the component auditor, but at least it's a threshold that can be explained. And it will work in most of the situations, I guess. I have a question to the task force, and then I have a worry, but the worry was shared on your slide. The question to the task force is, how would an auditor know he has to use a component auditor? Because if he plans to apply LCE, ISA for LCE, he will go to ISA for LCE, component auditor is excluded. So how would he know that in this situation he needs to use a component auditor? Does it mean he would need to go to ISA 600 to make the determination and then conclude there's no need to use a component auditor, and then conclude in that situation he can use ISA for LCE? So I don't know if my point is clear, but if you remove the yellow part in agenda item 5D, component auditor will be nowhere except as an exclusion in the scope. So then how can you arrive on a group audit and determine you don't need a component auditor? what's the requirement to, when do we have to use a component auditor? It will be nowhere in ISA for LCE. So that's my question to the task force. My second point, which is a worry that we shared in France in preparing this meeting, is that it may drive inappropriate behavior. As you mentioned on your slide, because some practitioners may prefer not to use a component auditor in order to fit in the standard. That's a risk. So we may have to say 1 or 2 sentences to deal with that. But that's a risk. But on the other hand, this criteria will work in most of the cases, so it's worth trying. And we are supportive, but I would like that you consider my first question. Thank you.
Okay, Len?
Thank you, Tom. Didn't say anything about 5 because I agree. Jasper was staff on the 600, so I agree with all the qualitative considerations. On this one, I just want to focus on, we talk about component auditor, but the starting point in the ISA 600 revised is component, right? I think in the X10 and revised, the definition is kind of changed, right? I think from this point right now, when we plan and perform group audit, the component is determined by the group auditor. So you identify the component, which may not be a legal entity, a business unit. So it could be a combination of everything. It's how you plan perform a group. So the component audit definition is tied to the component. So you might be in a situation where it's not a component, but you have auditor from outside the firm or other auditor to perform certain audit procedure on a particular location that the group auditor may not determine to be a component. So I just want to make sure when we talk about component auditors, are we talking about the group auditor actually identifies a component, or are we talking about a broader population where auditors maybe from outside the firm or within your network that perform the audit procedure at certain particular locations? Just want to clarify that in terms of task force thinking before I can assess whether in terms of requirement for use of component auditor is scoping and out. Thank you.
Okay. Diane.
I have to pause because of Len's question. I was originally going to say I was quite comfortable with component auditors being out, but I am curious. The response would be to Len's question because maybe I've missed something or I've assumed something incorrectly, which I hate to do. So my initial reaction with a qualifier is that I'm okay with components being out, but I am curious as to the response to Len's question. Thank you.
And so maybe at least to my thinking, so that like task force members feel free to jump in. For me, it was like when talking about component audits, we were talking about it as it is defined in 600. We're thinking about anything else, and I think it also touched upon the point that Isabel was making, is to need to explain something what we mean with component auditor. Just can't come out of nowhere. Of course, it's now comes out of nowhere in the authority. But that was at least my thinking when doing this. I'm not sure if anyone else around from the task force had another idea about this, but.
That's true, and the reason for not having more in the authority right now is that we have included everything, and we haven't taken out component auditors, so it's still scoped in the authority currently. So we would need to do more work in some of that to address that concern and have that definition. And because, as you said, it's currently somewhere hanging in the air.
In that fog, we'll take it out of the fog. Okay, Josephine.
Just to put forth my support to the task force decision in this regard, I've said as well before at the last board meeting, I don't think that the LC standard is a place for the use of component auditors. I think it just naturally does introduce complexity by the very nature of all the application material we have in ISA 600 as to why you might turn to a component auditor to support you in the audit of a group financial statements. Thank you.
Wendy?
Thanks, Tom. Like many, I have come full circle on this, but I am content with where we're heading, and that is to leave the component auditors out. So to adjust the authority and to adjust it in what is my, I think, exhibit 5D. I think I'm not necessarily in the camp that it creates complexity, because it's, and we're talking about complexity about the entity. But I think, and of course we have to look at all of the characteristics holistically. I think from all, and I heard Len's question, but I thought, and it caused me to pause for a moment, but I thought that I was coming into that with, I can still contract another auditor if I have a precise need in a particular country. That doesn't make them a component auditor. That's a contract auditor under my, they're not going to, you know, and they're going to do an inventory observation, or some other asset review or something like that. So I am content to leave component auditors out.
Thank you. Bill?
Just going back to, and this is relevant to component auditors, but might not sound like it, is going back to the qualitative characteristics. We say clearly each of the qualitative characteristics may on its own not be sufficient to determine whether an ISA for LCE is appropriate or not in the circumstances. Therefore, the matters described in the list are intended to be considered both individually and in combination. For the purpose of the audit of group financial statements, these considerations shall apply to both the group and each of its individual entities and business units. So why could we not put component audits under one of the qualitative characteristics rather than having it as a specific exclusion? A lot of our discussion this morning has been similar to that. It's been around individual matters rather than thinking holistically as well.
I think the reason why we did this to have a clear cut line here, to take them all out, because otherwise you can get into a gray area again, where sometimes you can use component, like you say, yeah, we can use component auditors. So we thought this was just generally with the, like what I mentioned before as well, with the comments on the scope in mind, the concerns that some have. So we thought it would be good to have a clear line.
I get that, but I'm just trying to get back to the original intent of this was to not look at one specific characteristic and take it out of perspective. So you can leave it as you go. I'm just trying to come back to the whole assessment of an LCE and making sure most of our assessments are consistent with that philosophy of individually and holistically.
Yeah, in a way, this breaks our logic on what is a less complex entity or a less complex group, similar to the discussion we had around the use of the work of internal auditors. We have not included that content in the standard, and that's why we include it as a prohibition, not to be a qualitative characteristic, because it's not that you can have it as a qualitative characteristic. We're saying this standard is not intended for group audits where you use component auditors. That's why you need to have it more as a prohibition.
I get the clear cut.
Yeah.
Just having a comment about general interpretation as we've gone for a lot of the morning today.
I think this is probably more a philosophical question, almost towards that point that we had on the slide, to be clear that we're on the left side of the chart. It provides some bright lines. Standard setting regulation sometimes is not a principle-based approach, but it is a clear approach. And this seems, I think the task force was finding, like, try not to create too many gray areas or loopholes potentially in this context. So, but I think your point philosophically is on target, but I think that the logic is that this may be an area that merits a bright line and some certainty. Am I right, Jesper or Kai?
I think so.
I'm not sure that's an adequate response for those who would like a more principle-based approach here, but I think so far the sense that the board has been in favor of this bright lines approach. So Kai.
Thank you.
I meant
Which one?
Sorry.
Okay.
Unless you want to come in here, Kai. You're the chair of the
Yes, of
task force.
course.
You can come in whenever you want.
Shall I start? Yeah. Okay, I have a brief comment to my comment to question 6. I do not support the exclusion of requirements for the use of component auditors from the scope of this proposed standard. For example, within the EU, it is not unusual to have small cross-border branches or subsidiaries that may require the use of a component auditor to the situation, a local jurisdiction. Thanks.
Okay, so that's an alternative point of view. Bill, did you want to come back in? Sorry, Sue.
I'm going to build on that alternative point of view. I have reservations about the exclusion of component auditors. I will be interested to hear the feedback on Len's question, because it cropped up in a couple of outreach discussions I had. I think people are struggling to understand how using another auditor for an inventory observation, for example, fits with 600. And if that's the case, then we are taking it to quite an extreme exclusion, and it probably would exclude almost all group audits. The other piece I had was to do with countries where you have local statutory audits. And if we maybe go back to our discussion around Europe, while you could see that as one jurisdiction, each of the countries will likely have requirements that local statutory audits are signed by a registered auditor from that country, which means that if you have a group which literally has one company from a different jurisdiction that has a requirement to have a local statutory audit, that would then potentially exclude that from a group audit or the use of that auditor's work. So as I say, I'm probably not there on the exclusion of component auditors at this point, but I am interested to hear the response to Len's question. Thanks.
Diane, you were coming in on this. Eric, is it on this point too? Okay, let Eric jump in first. He had his tent up. Diane, then you follow.
No, I don't have much or anything really to add on top of Sue's point. I think it's just clarifying the role of other auditors and their involvement in the audit and where they fit in terms of this standard. I think is still unclear to me. So I think Len and Sue have sort of dealt with that. Thanks.
Okay, Diane.
Tom. Yeah, I think maybe what's Sue brought up a good point. I think maybe what Kai, you guys could think about is statutory auditor, component auditor. I think we're getting a little hung up in our, you know what, I almost said something I shouldn't say. But I do think that clarity as we use that term, which I know you guys are going to go back and look at, when we talk about a component auditor, are we talking about it in the context of the group audit? I need that component audit team to do a full scope, a specific scope. You know, I'm assigning them some clear audit responsibilities to support the consolidated audit opinion versus a statutory audit versus Wendy's example of I'm just going to go ask that team to go observe an inventory or do a vault count. I just think we probably need some guide rails, and that may help clarify it, and then we can rediscuss it. Thank you.
I think Jesper was alluded to this point a little bit earlier, but Len, you wanted to come back in right now?
Just for the record, I support task force position. I just want to make sure we are clear in what we mean. That's from 600 perspective, because we had a debate. I just want to make sure. But I saw Josephine smiling because I just want to make sure we are on the same page. But I fully support a position taken by the task force.
Yeah, so like, of course, this is a very tricky point, but for 600, like we on paragraph 3 of 600 revised, we specifically refer that it also might be useful for auditors who, for example, just doing an inventory count, because there is like that other auditor, like another auditor, which is also in 220 discussions came up, and I think under that you're not technically a component auditor. And that's where I was referring to earlier, that I think in a lot of cases where there is when a component, like in an LCE situation, you might use someone for an inventory account somewhere else, and then you're not technically a component auditor. So that's what I'm trying to explain, and yeah, that was the thinking of the board, and I fully agree, like that we need to add more guidance on that, but you just haven't had the discussions yet in the task force on how to do that. But it is an area where we need to be a bit more clear.
Sajika.
Sorry, I'm a task force member, but I just want to echo Len's point. And one thing we need to consider about is that we not expand, but clarify the definition of group audit in the revised version. And we clearly say that even if it's single financial statement, if you have branches or division, it's in the scope of group audit, right? So if you refer another auditor to perform inventory account in a branch, I think it's in the definition of group audit in the revised version. So I think we need to think about the definition of new group audit in clarifying what is we need to scoping out.
Okay, Billy?
Yeah, Tom, maybe just adding to what Jasper said, I think, well, before I get to what Jasper said, I think Diane and Sashiko make very good points in terms of we would need to describe in part A very clearly that this, in the context of what work are we talking about here? It's a context of what we think is a component in the context of the group financial statements, group audit, all those concepts in ISA 600 to make it clear. I think adding to Jasper's point about paragraph 3 in ISA 600 that says this standard can be adapted as necessary when you work. Basically, I know we don't use the work another auditor, but that's basically what we're saying. For me, the work of that other auditor is more a quality management issue at the engagement level than an ISA 600 issue, and the quality management will be dealt with.
Okay, Morten now.
Thank you. We had some different views, but it seems like we're landing on that component auditors probably should be following the task force direction and not be included. Am I reading the room correctly in that sense?
Yeah, I think that's the strong sense, but with all the explanation.
Yep. As I said, we need to add more explanation here, and it's not there yet, as we have not made the decision, and that was the question that we brought forward here, whether you agree or not, and then we will have to develop more on that, and then also looking into the issue we just talked about, in what sense this is. It is talking about in context of the group audit, so we need to make that clear.
I think this discussion is really helpful to understand the type of guidance you would need or explanation you would need, because the questions that will inevitably arise from it. Josephine?
Sorry, I've been up and down in my car, but I agree with everything. The one thing that, and it may have been mentioned, but I didn't pick it up, is that has come through from stakeholders, is there still seems to be this misunderstanding about the standards being used where you do have a statutory audit. Now, say we're all in scope here, and there is a component, and we're using another auditor to look at inventory in this standard, but they also happen to be a statutory auditor of the component. You're not using them as a component auditor, you're just asking to do one thing for you, for example. And then the question comes through as well, which standard can they use to do that one thing? And the one, and I've had to explain if that group auditor is using ISAs proper, then that's the standard in which that work has to be performed, that they're being requested to do that. So I know we don't call it another auditor, that other auditor. And I'm not quite sure where we clarify that. It might be in a supplementary guide, but it does crop up every now and again. You always perform the work in accordance to what the engagement team is signing off on and the ISAs they're using in that regard. And I think that's another slight complication that we probably just need to clear up. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the other part that's important to think about with around component auditors is that similar to the discussion we had around quantitative thresholds, this is not the gateway to say you're in or out. This is the backstop. You're the first doing the evaluation whether you're a less complex group. And then if you think you're still a less complex group, then you come to this situation. And if you then follow all the qualitative characteristics, being both the ones that apply to less complex entities and the groups that you should in this context, I think there are not that many groups that would fall into that situation. So we are narrowing the scope and making sure not to have scope creep. But for those being concerned that there are situations, I'm not that sure that there is that many situations where you have component auditors. So I think we generally should be fine with this.
Okay. Do you want to wrap up on this section and then we'll take a break for lunch?
Yeah, as I said earlier, we had some good suggestions, and I think we got direction on where we need to go on this. Amy, Jasper, is there anything else that we need to look into? I know we have one more question going into the details of the content, but looking at the clock over there and the agenda in front of me, it seems like it's better to have that discussion after lunch, not to hold people back from having their lunch.
Yes, I don't want people held back from the lunch. No, I think this has been a really good discussion and we're making good progress. We certainly have enough time allocated for the rest of the day. So I suggest that we take our lunch break now. We'll head to the next section after lunch. We will reconvene at 1:30. And it would be useful again, if you just do a little bit of a cleanup around your area, because everyone, they usually do some straightening up at lunchtime. So that would be a big help to us. Thank you and see you in an hour.
Test.
5-minute warning. Can we start taking our seats, please? Okay, we should really get going. Okay, this is the complexity. Heck, it's hard to manage component orders. There's around time zones. Maybe what is it to manage in a board in the same time zone? So, okay, we hope everyone had a good lunch. Is refreshed, caffeinated, and ready to go. Kai, we have one more question, if I remember, on group audits.
That is true, and it's going down to what we suggested to be the content of the group audits part, and I'll hand over to Jasper to lead us in there, and I'll do the clicking.
Thank you, Kai. You're doing the most difficult part.
I was going to say, you've had a good division of responsibility in this group.
Yeah, so I'll give a high-level explanation of how we got to the drafting in part 10. So the starting point was ISO 600 revised. For each of the requirements in ISO 600 revised, we looked whether they would be relevant for the LCE or for typical LCE or not. If there were, like, for the ones that requirements that we were thought that they were not relevant for typical ICE, it's important to point out the link with the authority. So, for example, requirement 40 in ISO 600 revised is about different reporting year ends. So, as we didn't, if we highlighted that as one of the areas for the authority that you would be as a characteristic of complexity, we took that, we had it there, so we therefore didn't include the requirement in the drafting. And of course, based on the feedback we just received, we might make some changes to that, but that was indeed the rationale that we used. So then for each of the requirements from ISO 600 that were relevant to an LCE, we then assessed whether they were already addressed in another part of the ISO for LCE or whether they need to be included in part 10. And then the part 10 is audits of group financial statements. So that whole process is laid out in agenda item 5C. You could have seen if a requirement was going to be included in part 10, we copied and pasted the requirement from 600 completely in there, and then started to work in track changes to show what we've done from ISO 600 revised. And that's actually the drafting that you see, and that's included in agenda item 5D. In that same agenda item 5D, you also see requirements for component auditors. And of course, right now we can take those out. These were highlighted in yellow. So you'll see that taking these out will save about 5 pages on part 10. So it will now be way smaller than it was as we presented to you in the agenda item. There are a few things we still need to do on the drafting. We need to review the application material of ISO 600 revised and see whether anything of that application material should be included as EEM. And we're also interested in your views in whether if you think there are any areas that you can think of that should be included in the EEM, and then we can use that in further developing part 10. The other thing we need to do, we need to go back to the other parts in the standard and go through them and see where we need to make linkages to part 10. So from the other parts as 1 to 9, see whether the linkages needed to part 10. We'll do that as well before the December meeting. And I think with that, it's the introduction that I had. Kai, anything to add, or no? You want to click? Oh, see.
Lynn, can you go over there?
Michelle, can you maybe move it to the next slide? Okay, so this is the last question on the group audits piece, and it's really getting your input on the drafting, as set out in agenda item 5D. And then as well, of course, then the question that I had as well, if you have any EEM you think is needed, have any suggestions, then let us know.
Okay, question 7. Josephine.
Thank you. As I'm trying to work out how much detail to go into, so maybe what I'll do is just highlight a couple of pieces and then send on comments. Is that okay? Okay. So even though this particular part makes it clear in one aspect of it that you have to look at all these parts together. You're not doing this in isolation, because we know this, we've had this issue with 600, of course. I do feel like that should be like smack bang at the beginning of the part. So it is a geography issue, but I think it's an important geography issue. There's also, given the conversation we had earlier about access, and Warren's point in particular challenging me that actually in this case, which was the right challenge, we do know that in group audits access is more of an issue, then I think it's not really appropriate, therefore, for us to actually take that out of the of 10.1.1a, and maybe you can do something with 10.1.1 little a that highlights that access point there. And then as we go down, it's something to, I suppose, to Len's point earlier, I feel that without the component definition here, we do miss the point that components are determined by the engagement team according to the best approach. And I know it says the group uses professional judgment, but that's not really clear. What are they using professional judgment about? So maybe we could put some more in there about that. There are some other pieces that have been removed, and I understand that perhaps they're being included in different parts, as you said, but things like the nature of the group's operations and activities, there are specific reasons why that's really fine-tuned and laser focused. So just be careful that we're not losing those supplementary aspects of ISO 600. I know you've got Jasper with you and he's probably laser focused, but there are reasons why we included those. And as you know, as we went through that whole process of revising ISO 600, the board were very, very sharply focused on that as well, that we weren't just repeating 315. And then there are a couple of comments consistent with my comment earlier about common controls. It's not here, so let's make sure it's in the authority. In some cases, you've got component auditors matters that aren't highlighted in yellow. You might just have missed them, like 10.5.1 little b. And there's another one, I won't send you them all. And then a point that was raised as well is that the ISO 600 reference to sufficient time has been omitted here. But actually, this is quite critical in a group audit. And we're not using component auditors, but it is quite critical if you're dealing with different timelines as well, to Sue's point, and timing. Oh, sorry, someone's calling me, apologies. That was on public record, my mother trying to call me. And then the other bits are just little bits and pieces. So standing back from that, really comfortable with what you've included in here. And so some of the points that we're raising are, just don't forget this piece, be a bit more laser focused, and some editorials. So thanks very much.
Sue?
Yeah, I've also got a few sort of small editorials I'll send through. Possibly a general point was some of them relate to the terminology we use, because a lot of the time here we're talking about audit, whereas in 600 we talk about group audit and financial statements, group financial statements, etc., etc. You might be able to just cover that off with a sentence at the start that says, for this read group or something. But I think look at that And then there's a big piece in 10.3.1, which is about understanding the group and everything. That did feel like it would be valuable to, at least to some extent, in EEM, because it is so fundamental to driving the rest of the process. Thanks.
Thank you, Kai Uwe.
Thanks. Very brief comment. When I read the section, I asked myself whether the approach taken is still too complex and too granular for simple groups. Maybe there's an alternative. Thanks.
Edo?
Yes, thank you. Generally comfortable with the direction. I think Josephine mentioned a couple of areas where that I had on my list as well. I had some further questions on. Well, I wanted to probably make the point that Isabel made in the previous round, is the setup needs to be brought in here. And I think I don't need to make that point, but just don't forget about it. And then there's certain elements where I'm wondering, well, is this relevant to an LCE? Well, whether the group's organized in various ways. Could not be, but some of these could be reconsidered on whether, particularly with the scope that we're now putting in, can be refined a little bit more. So we'll send our comments offline, but generally supportive of where this is heading. And the main comments I had were on the yellow bits, but we're now taking those out anyway, so that helps. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? You're getting a high degree of support for the approach. Okay, Kai, back to you.
Thank you, and thanks to the board members providing views and support on this, and also the helpful comments on where we could look further into this. So if you have detailed comments, please send them offline as well, so we can see and progress this for the next meeting. Not really sure there are too many things to react to based on those comments. And as Edo said, the setup for this section is important, and it's something that we have discussed, but we haven't really included all of that yet. And it's something that we will be working on. So I think that's it for this session, if there are no other comments on group audits. I think then we can move on to the next session. And the clicker works. Now we're moving on to the easier one. Remembering back to the discussion we had in June, and when we summarized what we heard in the ED, some of the main concerns that came through was that we need to further differentiate from the IAASB so that this standard is more proportionate to the facts and circumstances of an audit of a less complex entity. In some areas, the feedback was that we're over-engineering what could be done in a simpler and more direct way, that not everything that's there is relevant for audits of LCEs. Just highlighting what we discussed in June and what we agreed on then is that we'll look at some targeted areas, risk identification and assessment, including understanding of entity system or internal controls, accounting estimates, quality management, and documentation, which were the ones that were highlighted in the ED or in the ED responses. As a task force, we've done some exploratory drafting, and that is what's included in appendix, or not appendix, in agenda item 5E, where we've done some illustrative drafting on certain requirements in part 6 under understand relevant aspects of the entity, 6.3, and yeah, that's it. that is not to say that we've looked at the whole of the responses we got in the ED. This is not bringing back part 6 for the board's approval on how we address all of that content. It's more to get agreement and get direction on to make this standard more proportionate. Is this a direction that we could head down? Because if we were to do that on all the other areas, it would be a shame to spend all that work and then we will have to come back and redo everything because you didn't like it. So it's not going into all the details on this, but it's more of a directional. When we did this as a task force, what we agreed on as well, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. We looked at some of the details, some of them needs to be at a more granular level. Sometimes we can go to a higher level. That's at least our thinking as a board, but not as a board, as a task force. The background to that discussion and the work that we did was the key considerations, as you see in the slide. Are the matters and matters relevant and proportionate to a typical LCE? Is the level of granularity required to achieve the same outcome? Is it proportionate to what we're doing? And are the matters that could be considered could be have a different could be a consider rather than a require based on the circumstances of an LC in more complex audits or entities. It could be that we have a requirement that hang under an overarching requirements. You have some more detailed requirements underneath, but in what we're proposing here is that sometimes that may be enough and that we may not need all those sub requirements as specific requirements, but they're included maybe in EEM as what needs to be considered in the context. So clicking my computer rather than the clicker doesn't work. So now I've changed the slide. So as I said, we have the illustrative drafting on understanding relevant aspects of the entity in part 6. And as it says here, the goal of that is to demonstrate the proposed approach and describe some, and as I've now done described in the issues paper, the considerations by the task force and what I tried to represent here as well. So is Amy, Jasper, any of the task force, is there anything we want to, any of you want to add before we move on? No? Good. As I said, you may or may not have specific comments on all the details. We have not addressed all the specific comments in the ED. So we want to have more of a conceptual directional. Is this okay in the direction we're heading or not? So I think then we can move to question 8 and have your views on the proposed approach to potential revisions and how we've displayed that in part 6. So back to you, Tom.
To clarify, you would not think a valuable comment is on 613 4.14. I don't like the way you use the comma, and that you want to see, have we gotten it just about right, or did we take too much out? Do we need more proportionate, or the approach? Okay.
Yep, correct.
Lynn, I would love if you started with a comma. That
What is it? It's 6.4. No, overall, I'm comfortable with the approach. I think the changes generally look sensible, and the verb changes and the moving of some things to EEM look sensible. As you proceed through the drafting, there's just one concern to make sure that we don't change the perception that this isn't reasonable assurance. So that would be my overriding, looking back after you've done the drafting, to make sure that you don't drive a perception that we've got something less than reasonable assurance. Was that general enough, Tom?
That was perfect. Diane.
is very similar to Lynn's, but it's not just perception, it's actuality. So I want to be, and this goes back to very early comments that I made way back, which is at the end of the day, is the standard still designed to deliver reasonable assurance? And so it's not what I'm going to say is not necessarily fair, because what I'm looking at is a bit of an isolation, right? These are topics. I understand what you're doing. I did see a number of moves from evaluate to consider. If that is the beginning of some foreshadowing of a lot of evaluates to consider, my level of uncomfortableness will increase. And that doesn't mean I'm done. It just means I'm going to be looking for you all to explain to me how the standards still gets you to reasonable assurance. But there were a fair amount of evaluates that moved down to consider in areas that I thought were relatively important. Scaled, still relatively important. So I can't give you a straight answer. I understand directionally your path going down. I would ask you to be really sensitive to taking step backs as you're going through this, so that we don't end up with a standard that doesn't get you to where it needs to get to, and to be really focused on where you are reducing the requirement, because that is, I am a little concerned at the direction that I see so far, but these may just be particular areas and they're not, the whole thing. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Fernando.
Thank you, Tom. And I echo the comments from Lynn and Diane. I had the same general overview. I think the changes were great. It looks like a simpler, nicer, but I have a big question after reading the paper, and is like, to me, an auditor that walks on earth, not flying like many of the people sitting here. What does that really mean? Because when I read evaluate versus consider, in my mind is, do I have to do exactly the same as before? Or the revised version takes me to do less? And I'm not really clear today what is really different between what we had before and what we have now. Does that really mean it's less work, it's less documentation, less procedures, simpler? What's really the change, or is just wording? Because if what we're doing is just changing the words and it means it's exactly the same, I mean, it looks nicer, but I don't really sure today what's the real impact. And I think that this is the question we're going to receive from the practice. What's really the change with the way it's being presented? Because I assume if it is done in this part, it could also be done in others, as you said. So what's the implication for the other parts as well? Thanks.
Wendy.
I'm going to join the echo chamber. One of my key comments was, does consider lessen the requirements? And I was kind of putting myself in the front of the room trying to teach some young auditors who had just learned how to use all the rest of the ICEs, and some smart auditors saying to me, so here I only have to consider, and there you told me to evaluate, and I'm not really sure what kind of documentation I need. So I don't, it's hard for me to look at this in isolation. I'd have to reflect on the whole standard, but directionally I'd caution you in considering whether or not changing the word to consider really does what we intend it to do. And are we really going to get to, and Diane said it earlier, but this I'll say again, does it really get you to reasonable assurance when you change the words to consider? Thank you.
Kaioi.
Thanks, Tom. My privilege that I don't have to handle with two microphones, again with one. Thanks, Michelle, very much. I support the general direction of the approach proposed by the task force to revise the section on obtaining and understanding the entity, including its internal control. But I have one main exception. I do not see the need for test of design and implementation of controls for significant risk. If we truly believe that we are dealing with entities with simple operations, then the identification and assessment of risk can take place without testing the design and implementation of these controls. That's my view. In addition, further consideration needs to be given to simplifying the risk identification and assessment process. This may also lead to further simplification of the standard, which is, in my view, possible. Kai, maybe it's for your good information. In Germany, we will publish at the beginning of October a draft German SE auditing standard, which deals also with risk assessment, and which maybe this is helpful for your further work and for your task force. Overall, I do not believe that the current proposal goes far enough, and simplifying the approach from 15, as we have revised in a couple of years ago, which is too complex for the audits of financial statements of simply entities. Thanks, that's all.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to come in on this point because I think there was one or two comments made about, or one or two concerns expressed, which I fully understand in terms of not creating the perception, or the ends, Diane, you said, not in reality, actually reducing the work, or implying that there's less work. And I think one of the things we've always said all along when we started this project, it is not about doing less work. It is about doing the right work in the circumstances to get you to the outcome. And I think, remember, what we were trying to do is, I think, Amy, you, if I'm right, this is one of the areas where we received most comments. If I'm right, this is one of the areas where we received most comments from the stakeholders, where they say, this is just still in terms of the types of entities we're looking at, this is too granular, this is too procedural. We can get to the outcome in a much simpler and a much more straightforward way. So, so what I just wanted to clarify, I think the task force is still very much in the position that it is not about doing less work. It is about getting the proportionality right. That is what our focus should be. So this discussion is extremely helpful, because if there's a sense that we're moving away from this, then it's an important reminder for us to move back to that. And I think what the task force was trying to do, and Kai, please correct me if I'm wrong, we ended up doing two things. We ended up trying to reduce the granularity, and then we changed the work verb. And I think what we're hearing here is maybe one of those things would have been enough. That, yes, reduce the granularity, which for me is the focus where we should be focusing. Reduce the granularity, because in these types of entities, it is much more straightforward and simpler to get to the outcome without going through all the granular details. And I think when we do that, if I'm hearing you correctly, the evaluate could still be proportionate in that circumstance. So maybe it's something we will just take back and look at it again.
Diane, I saw your TED card came up because Lily's actually responding to a point you raised.
Yes, and I just want to say extremely well said, and I absolutely agree with you, Willie. What I did was I went back and I looked up under CUSP, as Isabel would be quite proud of me. I did look up consider versus evaluate, and the work effort is different. And so that is what I was reacting to, was what appeared to me to be a reduced work effort. I have no problem with the granularity. If we can still convey the same level of work effort in less words, which is easier, clearer to understand, I don't have a problem with that. It's when the work effort, the volume, the effort is reduced, that's where I start saying, how much are we taking out? So my concern was definitely the word. Thank you.
And ordinarily is the word. No,
typically it is ordinarily the word.
Kai?
Yeah, I just want to come in and hopefully get some clarification on some of that, because what we have done, reducing the granularity, sometimes then we have the top requirement, and then we've taken some of the more detailed requirement and putting them as considerations to reach the top requirement. If you look at the ISAs, the top requirement may be the same, and then you have more specific detailed requirements under that. So I'm having somewhat difficulties in some circumstances seeing how we can reduce the granularity without touching some of the specific details below.
Okay. You think about that one a little bit. Josephine?
So notwithstanding Lily's explanation there, on the spectrum, because that's where we're in the spectrum now, on the spectrum of concern as to whether we're actually going to achieve a reasonable assurance engagement, I'm really high up there now. And I do think, to Diane's point, the change and Lily's observation, the change in the verbs here has made a critical difference in what the outcome would be. It just will be. And in some cases, I hate to then mix it up, but in some cases also you potentially have gone too far with the granularity piece as well. So I'll give a specific example. If you're going to not focus too much on the controls, the one area the auditor really does need to focus on is the information system, how everything gets put together and pulled into the financial statements. And all of that has gone. And instead, we've said the auditor shall consider whether that information system supports the preparation of the entity's financial statements. But there's no, they don't even understand it. It doesn't actually get them through the understanding of it in the first place. So how they can even make that consideration without actually understanding what's going on doesn't make any sense. So there is, I'm perfectly comfortable with reducing some of the text and putting in the considerations in the EEM, because then that helps with scaling, because you've already dealt with the proportionality by reducing that text and maybe moving around some of the requirements here. But there are still critical aspects of that system of internal control you need to understand as an auditor in order to get to your conclusions. So it's not just a matter of, oh, okay, we'll put those verbs back in, they're really important, but we'll still keep all this text out. It's looking at both and working out in that less complex entity audit, what are the real important things you need to focus on? And the only other thing I would say, in terms of, just to give you an example, bring it to life. So we say throughout our standards that control environment is foundational, even if you've only got management, like 2 people in management. They're the ones that set the tone across the whole organization. And again, even if you have 1 finance person. So it's really important that is part and parcel and should be evaluated, and that integrity should be evaluated as well. So just to give you an idea of where that considered just doesn't work. Thank you.
So I'm just trying to build on the progression of the discussion so far. What I got from a lot of the comments is unease about the use of the term, the change of the verb, from evaluate to consider. So that was a sense. And then there's a question of granularity. Josephine, I think you were concurrent with the verb issue, right? So I think most people have concurred with that issue as well. But then there's a question of granularity. If I read your remarks, is you don't fundamentally disagree with reducing some of the granularity. It's a question of calibration and whether we went too far, that if we eliminated a few things in this instance that you think should not have been eliminated. I'm just trying to understand. So the principle is, on the first one, I think we're clear that there's unease with switching to the verb considered because the implications there. And I think that's been largely echoed around the table. And then the question is where we calibrate. And we heard from you that you're a little uneasy in a few areas of where we've reduced it. but you don't object to it in principle, and with some guidance, you could be comfortable with some reduction. Of course, Kai has raised a little bit on the other extreme that some instances further opportunities for reduced granularity. I'm just trying to characterize where people are right now. Okay. Warren's been waiting patiently in South Africa. So Warren, it's your turn.
Thanks, Tom. I want to just iterate the point raised by Wendy and Fernando, and sort of contradict the argument now about choice of verbs. My sense of and I certainly haven't read all of the response letters, but my sense of the response letters is that this issue of to what extent is this LCE standard different to the ISA is something that many of the respondents seem to be quite passionate about. And I'm not entirely convinced that just changing a verb like consider and evaluate is going to be sufficient to clarify, at least to sort of ordinary auditors who are sort of conducting these engagements daily, that there has in fact been a substantial change in the way in which the work is executed. I take the point about the CUSP principles. I understand that those CUSP principles define, consider, and evaluate differently. But when you go back to your trusty thesaurus, the one is still a synonym for the other. I wonder how many ordinary auditors would actually engage in a completely different sort of workflow, having seen consider instead of evaluate or vice versa. I'm not really convinced by that. When it comes to the issue of reducing granularity, I'm all in favor for that. And when it comes to proportionality, all in favor for that as well. But it begs the question, would a reasonable auditor, having worked through the ISAs on a particular engagement, have dispensed with the granularity and automatically applied the proportionality requirements anyway? I think the answer to that is probably in the affirmative. And I mean, I do understand Diane's point about reducing work effort. Diane, I agree with you entirely. I'm also worried that reducing work efforts could cause us to end up with something that's not a reasonable assurance engagement. But I wonder how many stakeholders are actually expecting that, are expecting, in addition to just differentiating between considering and evaluating, coming up with substantial differences in terms of the tasks, procedures, activities, methods, whatever you want to call them, which are actually implemented during an audit. I mean, the one point that was raised earlier was, do you really need to do certain types of work with respect to controls when you're doing risk assessment? That might be an opportunity to reduce work effort, which doesn't necessarily lower the level of assurance. I mean, I say necessarily because I haven't thought about it in great detail. But when it comes to reducing work effort, I can certainly understand where people who want a reduction in work effort are coming from. You've got a less complex entity. Why shouldn't you be able to reduce work effort and still get to reasonable assurance? Because the entity is inherently less complex. But of course, if you go that route, you're effectively playing a game of sort of auditing Jenga. How many pieces can you pull out until the reasonable assurance structure collapses? So this is an area for me where I don't have a particular sort of recommendation for the work group. It's just an area for me where I am still very confused on the difference between the two. And I wasn't really convinced that consider, evaluate, granularity, and proportionality were the solution to the problem. Thanks very much.
Edo?
Thank you, Tom. I loved reading this piece, and thank you for making the effort to go into this. We had quite a bit of discussion around this, and I think we liked it more than you may expect from me. The discussion we had is, well, evaluate if we have the gate right. So which entities are in scope? How much controls do we really expect? And what formalized processes and procedures in respect of the control environment, risk assessment, and the rest would there be? And to what extent is consider even the right word? And would it not be enough if the auditor just understands those aspects? So you can take a pause there and think, well, but control environment is such foundational. I'd probably be in the camp of evaluating that one. But when it comes to risk assessment, I'm getting to be less worried about evaluate, because I think as long as the auditor understands how it's being done, and for all practical purpose and intent, what happens is the auditor talks to the manager and says, how do you do this? So that's the understanding. And similarly, when it comes to the other bits of monitoring of controls, which controls, the direct controls, I think understanding probably would be fit for purpose here without necessarily, and I understand the concerns, well, are we now breaking down what we deem reasonable assurance? But yeah, I realize I may be a little bit of a different voice here, but I like the direction where it was going with some further considerations. Thank you.
Okay, Eric.
Thanks. And I want to applaud the task force for taking this on and really giving it a go. I mean, it's a very challenging area. If it was this easy to do, we would have done it before. I'll try and articulate where I am. I think there are opportunities to improve significantly how the auditor of a less complex entity can comply with the existing requirements that we have. I just don't think we've got there yet. So, you know, we're talking about evaluation requirements, for example. I think if we look at how does the auditor do an evaluation in that particular area in the context of a less complex entity, it might actually be very straightforward. But I think that's where practitioners are struggling today, is what does that evaluation look like in this context? And so I worry about changing the requirements to try and make them to get to that work effort point. But I think we could do it while retaining most, if not all, of the requirements in the ISAs. And I say that from the point of view as I know the effort that we put in 315 to get to the right place, and to then start in a way downgrading those requirements in the LCE standard will, in my view, inevitably raise questions about reasonable assurance. And I just don't think there's a way of quantifying what that might look like. So if there was a suggestion to make, it might be to think about whether there's a way of getting towards some more conditional requirements around how you achieve the evaluation or the outcomes that are set out in the requirements today. There might be some factors that are relevant to articulate how much work is needed to do that, to meet that requirement. Thanks.
Sue.
Thank you. My comments are probably similar to others, so I won't repeat some of what's gone before. Similar concern around the achievement of reasonable assurance and the risk of downgrading that, and similar concern around the use of the verbs. Maybe one additional perspective on the use of the verbs is that in many cases auditors will do both assignments under ISA for LCE and under full ISAs. And so if we have different verbs under there potentially driving different work efforts, that could create the actuality of there being different outcomes. So I think, you know, Billy's suggestion I think was very good. In terms of the you know, the balance and the effort that you've made in producing this kind of straw man, I think it's really good. I'm sort of comfortable with a lot of the balance in there. It was the verbs that were exercising, and in that respect, there's also we've used understand in there once or twice, and I think that's not in CUSP, and that also raised questions about what the work effort is and what the documentation requirement that would drive. Thanks.
Yeah, Ito? That's grade 10. Okay, Josephine?
Just in the spirit of just trying to be helpful, I'm sorry, and I also do apologize. I should have also said, I mean, thank you for really trying and addressing this very, very difficult issue. I just want to pile on to Ado's point that that's spot on, and that's really, and he articulated a lot better than I did. That's really where I was coming from. It's about being laser focused on what is going to exist in that environment. And therefore, in terms of the verbs and where they sit and the importance of that reasonable assurance outcome, making sure you're getting those in the right place. So I agree with Ado that
One second. Your mic went out for a sec.
Sorry. So I would agree with Ado that in certain, I think entities risk assessment process in a tiny, small company, there's not really going to be one. They might think of it, might be in their head. So yes, understanding that, and then the monitoring, understanding that would be appropriate. But to Sue's point, when what's the outcome? So there may still be an understanding, but you still need something else. You're understanding it in order to do what? And that's where the requirement is. And that's where perhaps the two pieces that Sue raises might fit together a bit better. So that if you've got auditors performing audits under both standards, they're seeing how they're getting an understanding of it, but then they're evaluating it for a purpose. And so what is that purpose? What is it trying to tell you? And how is that going to help you in your risk assessment? So I just wanted to throw that in as well. Thank you.
Any reactions, Kai?
Yeah, I think I've moved into the foggy area again.
Billy wants to be the Sherpa on this mountain.
Yeah, because I don't have a clear vision of what is being suggested. So Willie, if you can help out, that would be great.
Well, I'll give my interpretation, and people can say if they agree or not. I think what I've heard is that people are, let me put it this way, people are concerned that we mustn't inadvertently create the impression that we're introducing a work effort that's not commensurate with an audit, right? So for me, the bigger change we can make, and I think Warren alluded to it in terms of the differentiation between the ISAs and the ISA for LCE, because that was a very key theme that we heard in the comment letters. And so I heard, go ahead and try and reduce the granularity of the requirements as appropriate in the circumstances of these entities. If it is proportionate to the typical nature and circumstances of these entities in terms of achieving reasonable assurance. Be careful about the work effort verbs you use in terms of maybe inadvertently suggesting that there's less work, because remember we've all along said we're still going to do a quality audit. It is simply doing the right work proportionate to the nature and circumstances of the entity. So for me, we should go ahead and as appropriate reduce the granularity of the requirements where applicable. That is what I take away from this discussion.
Yeah, since it's not a draft interest, yes, Billy?
Sorry, Tom, I just forgot one thing, because for me, what Ado's comment and Josephine's comment says, although there is still an evaluate, that evaluate is totally something different to what it would be in a very complex entity. There would still be an evaluate, but because you've reduced the granularity of the requirement, that evaluate is in the context of that requirement, which is proportionate for this entity, which may be something very simple, very straightforward.
I think that gets to the general point Eric was making as well. So try to get, since the big thing is for the task force to know what they've been told. I think you probably chose the most contentious and challenging area to do this. I should say that's first. Secondly, it would likely not be your pervasive approach throughout the whole standard. So it's appropriate that it's on the most challenging part of the standard as well. I think it really is getting general support for considering reduction of granularity, but very conscious that language changes, particularly verbs like consider and evaluate, could mislead people or misdirect our intent, and that we may have to consider the level of the granularity in relation to the drafting you did here and just be very intentional about it. So since we're not commenting on the specific draft right now, I'm not sure you can get specifics about what should be in and what should be out. Josephine gave some examples, other people gave some examples, and then it's really about calibrating that based upon the comments right. We're not meant to approve this draft. We're looking for direction. What do you think? Is that correct? Is that what you heard, Kai and Jasper and Amy, Billy? So it's as I read this, is ask for your views on the task force proposed approach to potential revisions. It's like directionally, okay, we could see this, but be careful and maybe ask yourself, did we get it quite right from a granularity and the explanatory material perspective?
Yeah, I think that's right. But also when I'm listening to the conversation and the input from the board, all the caveats they're having on not lowering and on not reaching reasonable assurance, all of the considerations that you've all phrased, we've had in our mind when we did this. So that's why I'm a little bit in the fog to see how this actually could be different. But I see Julie also has her card up, so she could join in.
Julie.
Yeah, and I think I'm still in the fog too. So, and I'm going to pick on the risk assessment process because that was referred to a couple of times by board members. And in the drafting in 6.3.7, and I know I'm getting specific here, but if you take a look at what we worked on there, we changed it to understand, I think, with the same thinking that Ado explain, which is when you're in this kind of environment, you probably just need to understand the entity's risk assessment process. We've made some other changes there, and we put some things in the EEM box that says, when you're doing this understanding, you consider these things. So I think I heard that directionally that's okay, but I just want to be clear because then Billy, you mentioned putting everything back to an evaluation. And so that's when I got a little bit confused as to where we wanted to head with this.
Diane?
I think, or at least my personal view, is that it's an individual, it's not easy task. Let me just preface this, not an easy task. It's an individual, I got to say evaluation. But you need to look at each of the requirements separately. It's not a broad brush that everything automatically moves, at least in my mind, everything moves from evaluate down to consider, or everything moves back to evaluate. I think it's going to be an individual evaluation as to how Sue said, what is the ultimate outcome? And then to Willie's point, put yourself in the context of, I am in a little company. I'm in a small operation. Think about that, but it's going to be difficult. I think it's going to be a one-by-one evaluation, and that's where it's going to be challenging, right? Because you're going to have to really be thoughtful about what is going to work in that environment. And then once that exercise is done, then it's a step back to say, in aggregation, am I still where I need to be? So I think it's an individual step-by-step look.
Josephine?
Thank you, Diane. Oh, you did it for me.
That was a ditto for the record. Ida?
Yes, and maybe just to give another example on top of it, is for example in 6.3.11, where it says the auditor shall, instead of evaluate, consider whether the entity's information system, yada, yada, yada. I think an LCE practitioner may be confused with what he or she is now needs to do. And I would probably suggest, well, why don't we make that the auditor shall understand how the entity's information system, because that will bring much more to life what we would expect the auditor to do. So so I just wanted to give that as an example on how, because I think that will work towards the work effort and the understanding for the reasonable assurance basis as well. Thank you.
You feel like you're still in the clouds? Wendy?
So specific to Julie's question, I was actually okay with most of the understanding. So, but I agree with Diane and Edo, let's do it one by one. I also wanted to echo that this is a big effort. So I recognize how hard this is to do. But one last point, 6.3.13, even though we didn't want to be specific, let's not take any evaluation and replace it with 2 words. Let's just either evaluate, understand, not, because in 6.3.13 we remove evaluate and or evaluations with and change it to understanding or considering. So that's it.
Lynn?
Thank you.
I just want to try out what I understand we've agreed to see if I understand what we've agreed. I hear people agreeing that the bits that have moved into EEM or the bits that have been deleted are generally okay. I hear people saying, be careful on the verbs and look at them individually. I'm at one end of the spectrum that was reasonably happy with what was there. Other people have concerns about them. So look at each of the verbs and think about them, but we're not completely adverse to changing some of the verbs from what's in the ISAs or in the ED. And thirdly, once you've done the whole lot, stand back and check that we've still added it up to reasonable assurance. That's what I've taken from the conversation. Is that right or wrong?
With the caveat on your first point, I hate to say, because we're not doing all the draft in here, that people are entirely fine with the right removals. And I think the concept of reduction or proportionality, reducing some of the granularity with some mixture of EM and deletions is okay, but I think you get into it on a case-by-case basis, and that people will have to review the drafts when we're really serious about drafting with all the other caveats in mind. I think that's a fairer articulation. Otherwise, I believe you got it pretty right. Philly?
Yeah, I also liked Lynn's summary, and maybe Kai, just to clarify, I think that my understanding was those few instances where we reverted to understand, and my interpretation is most board members are comfortable with that because they believe in that context, the understand appropriately encapsulates still why you need to do that understanding and for what purpose. And then there were 1 or 2 instances where we just replaced evaluate with consider, where and that caused the concern in terms of, well, not making sure, not being very clear in terms of, okay, now so what is the purpose that you are achieving here in the context of these types of entities? And therefore, I like Diane's suggestion of it is going to be a requirement by requirement exercise.
Josephine?
Yeah, I just slightly nervous because we weren't supposed to be really getting in deep dive in the words and what works and what doesn't work. So it's so I think that what I wanted to say again is that the way we've set up in 315 is that there is an understanding required. Now in a less complex entity, because there's not as much going on, just speaking simple language, the understanding won't be as extensive as in a complex entity, but there's still an understanding that's required in order then to evaluate that for what purpose. What's the outcome here? The outcome is to inform your risk identification and assessment. That's the outcome. And so when you're looking at them, maybe to Diane's point, you have to think about them individually. That identification assessment risk still has to be as robust in an LCE to give you your reasonable assurance conclusions as it is in a complex audit. And it's, if you start with, that's what my goal is. So what do I need to evaluate? I always need to evaluate all aspects of the system of internal control, but what is it that I need to understand to get there? How likely are all these pieces going to be in a less complex entity? And that's where I think you might be able to reduce some of the granularity and have some additional information in the EEM. But there is a reason for that evaluation and there is an outcome there. And that's what I'm worried about, changing evaluate to consider. The evaluation is critical because that's getting you to your risk identification. I think that's where Diane was going. So that's the piece. It's really going back to 315 and thinking all that stuff, how much of it would be relevant, how much of it wouldn't. And that's where you might be able to find a simplification in the process, which I think Kai was talking about earlier, simplifying that process. Does that help? I hope it helps. It's still foggy, sorry.
Yeah, I think it is still somewhat foggy. The discussion we just had is helpful to us. As I said earlier, all the caveats are saying that we need to do this individually and look at them one by one is what we did as a task force. So that's why I'm having a bit difficulty seeing how it's how it would be dramatically different. At the same time, we knew this would be hard. We would not have a uniform view on this, and yes, we chose the worst part to bring back, but that's also by intent to see how this could be, because we need to go through this. We better jump into it than wait. But I think. Time's up, yeah. That we have some direction on where to move, and I think also it will be easier to understand our intent and how our thinking when we bring back a full draft that includes more parts than just one separate section, or not even a full section, just parts of a paragraph. So I see some nods, but also some questions from the task force. But I think we're getting in somewhere. Anyone else want to join in if they have from the task force? Do we have direction?
You know, one of the things that I think people came into this session with a different level of understanding of what you're seeking. There are people who have certain views on the level of granularity, and you heard from them. It may be worth sitting down or at least reading their comments, without which, where there's much detail, that may be good input for the next round. But I think you got a sense. I think going back to Lynn's summary with some of the caveat I added on top, gives you a sense of direction. And then you're sort of saying, okay, there's some people who are offering specific comments, Josephine, Diane, others around the table. Eric made sure that it's produced in the intent. Like, it may be worth actually sitting down and making sure, getting some advice from beyond the task force, because otherwise you're gonna ask the same 5 people to come up with the same solution when you get in different requests. So I think we've accomplished what you wanted to get accomplished here, unless the goal was to bless the text, which it was not. And it was quite good that you brought the most complex element to it, because we'd rather see it on this. This is like a stress test on it. So I think it would be worthwhile having some maybe bilaterals after this, after you read what some of the suggestions in detail.
Yeah, completely agree, and very thankful for any helpful suggestions that could be sent through on this area. As you said, we've tried multiple times. So any ideas and discussions we could have would be very, very helpful on this. And as you said, we did not try to seek agreement on the wording. It was more in the direction, but we were a bit confused with somewhat the mixed messages we heard and how that would be interpreted in drafting. That's why it was a bit still left in the fog, and went back on this again. But I think we have somewhat direction, and that with the additional comments being sent through on some of the discussions, I think we would be able to progress.
Okay, where is the Viking now?
I think he's somewhere on the mountain. He can't really see where. There is some fog, as we have not brought back all the areas that we are working on either. But on some of these, I think our head is somewhat out of the fog. But it's still, we can't see the top. There is some fog left on the top of the mountain.
Granular fog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So should I move on? Yep. I think then just to wrap this up is also what is the way forward from here? As you know and see from the papers you distributed for this meeting, we did not bring back any additional questions or topics from the ED. So you didn't get any additional NVivo reports to read for this meeting. We touched on some of the same as we had earlier. We will continue to analyze the responses and update the draft based on what we have there and the direction that we've been given. We will continue drafting on the priority areas, the painful one we were just on, and we got good direction on accounting estimates. So I think that's one that we can progress good, and same as the scope on the standard. We will continue then on the group audit part and bring that back for you in December. We will then also, the intent is to have that go out as a separate ED. It was original thinking, I think, was March, and I think whether we can move that forward to December, something we'll look into, whether we can, based on the discussion and the good progression we had here, can have that being done in December. I think I have no additional slides, so there is nothing left to add on for that. Is there anything, Amy, Jasper, Willie, you want to add on? No? So thank you for all the comments we received. And as I said earlier, any helpful suggestions on some of the areas we're still struggling on, it would be very useful for us. So please send them through or ask for us to have a discussion or a separate call. That's also, we're more than open to do that.
Okay, could I, first of all, thank you, Kai, and the task force. I also wanted to thank Jasper and Amy for a great job at the table. In fact, all the staff this week have been doing a great job at the table and presenting. I should note, Appendix C got a lot of love too, and Kazuko had a huge role in preparing that. So thank you so much for your effort. We're gonna have to figure out a way to elevate Appendix C in some way. It's not gonna be no longer an appendix anymore. But again, I think this is a sign that how much the staff have to offer in terms of the conversations at the table. So thank you. We're gonna close the public session now for the day. We're ahead of schedule. The task force probably needs a few minutes. The microphone decided to close down for the day too. I think the LCE task force is going to meet when? Take a break a little bit. You're giving them a whole 15 minutes. Clearly, it's a tough crowd. Why do we give up 20 minutes? I think the task force. deserve that. They'll have to make their way through the fog. We will recommence tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with fraud. Tomorrow's fraud and going concern day. Vili's going to give you one really sort of logistical administrative update.
Sorry, thank you, Tom. Just to alert everybody, maybe it's really not going to be that big of a disruption, but we did get an email earlier today from our service provider that they are doing a big update on their site tomorrow, and we may have interruptions with our emails. Now, tomorrow is also when we want to send papers back to the board. But as I understand, there may be portions of 10 to 15 minutes that we won't have access to email. So we'll see how it goes. But if somebody is late on responding or maybe a little bit delayed in responding, that's the reason why.
Okay. Any other matters people want to raise today before we close? Michael.
Thank you. I'd just like to comment briefly. I think excellent progress is being made on this standard, painful though it may be sometimes, but things are moving ahead, and that's good to see. One thing I'd like to highlight is just the importance of maintaining your contacts with stakeholders, particularly in the regulatory community, to ensure that that they understand the direction you're going, and to make sure that what you come up with in the end is going to be something that's acceptable from that perspective as well.
Thank you, Michael. Jim, would you like to say anything from a CAG perspective?
Thanks, Tom. Really not much other than I think the CAG members would have enjoyed this discussion here today in the fog and perhaps the clearing through the fog. But I do think it somewhat emulates what we had discussed. It was with some of the challenges and varying views on LCE. Thanks.
Okay. Now we will close now. I think Michael, your point's well taken, and as I said, I alluded to in my conversation earlier, we are in regular contact with the regulatory community and other stakeholders throughout this process, but it's a good reminder to us. Okay, let's break for the day. Now I've cut into the task force 20-minute break. It's now 17 minutes. I apologize, and have a good rest of the day.